Paris, dawn, January 21st, 1793. The city holds its breath as the last king of the Ancien Regime prepares to meet his fate. In the chill of winter, the streets are thick with soldiers and National Guardsmen, their bayonets glinting in the pale light. At the Temple prison, Louis XVI, once styled Louis the Well-Beloved, is roused from uneasy sleep. He prays with the Irish priest Henry Edgeworth, his lips moving over ancient words in a world that no longer believes in them. Outside, the drumming of distant crowds seeps through the stone walls, a sound both expectant and grim. The closed carriage moves through the city's heart, escorted by cavalry. Onlookers press against windows, crowd rooftops, and line the boulevards. Some weep, others jeer, most simply watch, silent and pale. Paris is a city transformed. The gilded halls of Versailles are far away, and the king's authority now rides not on ceremony, but at the mercy of the sovereign people. The destination is the Place de la Révolution, once the stately Place Louis XV, now dominated by the guillotine's stark silhouette. The scaffold stands before a statue of liberty, its blade gleaming above a crowd of tens of thousands. Louis ascends the steps, steady despite the cold and the shouts. His voice, clear and measured, addresses the multitude. "I die innocent of all the crimes imputed to me. I pardon those who have occasioned my death." The drums roll, drowning him out. In moments, the king is no more, a single life ended, but a world overturned. The executioner Sanson lifts the severed head, and a roar sweeps the square. Some dip handkerchiefs in the blood, others cross themselves, but for all, nothing will ever be the same. How did it come to this? Only 4 years earlier, Louis XVI reigned by divine right, anointed with holy oil at Reims, the living embodiment of France's unity and order. For centuries, the king was more than mortal. Crowned in a cathedral, believed to heal the sick, revered as the father of his people. The monarchy's power flowed from ancient ritual and custom, binding together nobles, clergy, and commoners in a web of deference and duty. The king's body was the body of France itself, sacred, inviolable, the keystone of the realm. Yet beneath the splendor, cracks widened. Versailles, a palace of mirrors and gold, masked debts that could not be paid, and a society riven by privilege and want. The court's rituals grew hollow as hunger gnawed at the countryside and Parisian artisans crowded 10 to a room. Pamphlets mocked the queen, rumors corroded trust, and the old language of obedience lost its power. In salons and coffee houses, new voices demanded rights, reason, and representation. The Estates General, summoned for the first time in 175 years, would soon become the crucible of revolution. As the crisis deepened, the king's sacred aura faded. His attempts at reform, well-meaning but hesitant, alienated both nobles and commoners. The failed flight to Varennes in 1791 shattered the illusion of a monarch who could still be trusted. In the streets, the people began to call him not Your Majesty, but Louis Capet, a mere citizen. The revolution, born in hope and debate, was now a struggle for survival, its leaders convinced that the king's very existence threatened the new liberty. The execution of Louis XVI was not only an act of justice or vengeance, it was a ritual inversion, the deliberate unmaking of monarchy. The guillotine's blade severed not just a head, but a centuries-old idea, that sovereignty resided in one body, sanctified by God. In its place rose the sovereignty of the nation, fierce and uncertain, driven by crowds, assemblies, and the logic of emergency. The world watched in shock and awe as France, once the most splendid of kingdoms, proclaimed itself a republic by the death of its king. But the death of Louis XVI was only the beginning. The revolution had unleashed forces that would reshape politics, society, and even the meaning of justice. The sacred, untouchable body of the king lay broken before the people, and with it the old world. What now would fill the void left by the crown? What new bonds would hold France together, and at what cost? The answer would be written in months of turmoil as the revolutionaries struggled to define the nation and themselves in the shadow of the scaffold. In the long centuries before the revolution, the French monarchy was not merely a government. It was a living symbol, a sacred order stretching back through the mists of time. The Capetian dynasty, which began with Hugh Capet's election in 987, wove its legitimacy as tightly as the crown's own gold filigree. Every king, from the medieval halls of the Ile-de-France to the marble corridors of Versailles, inherited more than a throne. He inherited a body of myth, ritual, and law that made him the living heart of France itself. In the eyes of his subjects, the king was not simply a ruler. He was the kingdom made flesh. This mystical bond found its highest expression in the coronation at Rheims Cathedral, a city whose very stones echoed with legend. Since the baptism of Clovis by Saint Remigius in the 5th century, French kings had journeyed to Rheims for their anointing. The ritual was elaborate, almost theatrical. In the presence of peers, prelates, and crowds, the archbishop anointed the monarch with holy chrism, said to have descended from heaven. A vial of sacred oil, the Saint-Ampoule, guarded by monks, and believed to have been brought by a dove at Clovis's baptism. The king was vested in ermine and gold, crowned with the fleur-de-lis, and presented with the sword of Charlemagne. In this moment, he was not just a man, but the chosen of God, set apart to heal and to judge. This divine right was not an empty phrase. The king's touch was believed to cure scrofula, the king's evil, drawing crowds of the sick to each public appearance. The language of royal decrees and courtly ceremony dripped with the language of the sacred. The king was His Most Christian Majesty, charged with defending the Catholic faith and mediating between heaven and earth. Royal justice radiated from his person. His presence alone could pardon. His absence spelled disaster. The king's image adorned coins, church altars, and the great halls of law. A constant reminder that the fate of France was tied to the health and virtue of its sovereign. Yet this sacred role was not static. Over centuries, the monarchy evolved, absorbing shocks and crises. The Capetians gave way to the Valois, who weathered the 100 Years' War and the wars of religion. In 1589, the Bourbon line rose from the ashes of civil conflict, promising peace and unity. Henry IV, first of the Bourbons, entered Paris in 1594, famously converting to Catholicism for the good of his people. Paris is worth a mass. His reign restored royal authority and set the stage for the absolutist grandeur of his descendants. By the 18th century, the Bourbon kings, Louis XIV, XV, and XVIII, claimed to embody not just the state, but the very nation. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had declared, "L'État, c'est moi. I am the state." Versailles, his glittering palace, became the theatre of monarchy, where every gesture, every word was choreographed to reinforce the king's centrality. Nobles, once fractious and independent, were transformed into courtiers, their fortunes bound to royal favor. The king's councils, his justice, his armies, all radiated outward from his person, as if France itself breathed and moved at his command. But beneath this spectacle, the sacred monarchy faced growing strain. The language of divine right, so powerful in ritual, began to clash with the realities of a changing world. Philosophers questioned the origins of sovereignty. Pamphlets mocked royal prerogative. The king's justice, once a shield for the humble, now seemed distant, tangled in bureaucracy and privilege. The belief that the king's body was the body of France became both a comfort and a vulnerability. When the monarch was strong, the kingdom flourished. When he faltered, the nation seemed to sicken with him. On the eve of revolution, Louis XVI still bore the ancient titles, still presided over ceremonies echoing with the voices of kings past, but the old magic was wearing thin. The monarchy's sacred aura, once unassailable, was now shadowed by debt, doubt, and a restless public. The king remained the centerpiece of France's political and spiritual order. Yet the world was changing around him, and the question of what France truly was, and who could claim to embody it, was about to erupt into crisis. Beyond the gilded ritual, a new reality was taking shape. A palace where power was not only displayed, but contested, and where the machinery of absolutism would soon face the test of history. In 1682, Louis XIV, the Sun King, made Versailles the seat of his court and government, transforming a former hunting lodge into the most dazzling palace in Europe. The decision was more than a matter of personal taste. Versailles was designed as a political engine, a stage where the king ruled not only by law and edict, but through spectacle, ritual, and the careful management of the nobility. At the heart of France, the king built a gilded cage. Every inch of Versailles radiated royal authority. The Hall of Mirrors, stretching 73 meters, reflected not just the king's image, but his vision of order and splendor. The gardens, planned by André Le Nôtre, unrolled in geometric perfection, a landscape of control over nature itself. Fountains erupted on command. The king's daily promenade became a public lesson in power. Here, the king was not only the head of state, but the axis around which all of France revolved. The court was Versailles' true machinery. Louis XIV's greatest innovation was not merely architectural, but social. He made the nobility dependent on proximity, favor, and ritual. The old feudal lords, once dangerous in their provincial strongholds, were drawn to Versailles and bound by etiquette. Every morning, the king awoke before an audience, his rising, le levée, becoming a ceremony with layers of privilege. Nobles vied for the honor of handing him his shirt or holding the royal candle. To be seen by the king, to be spoken to be invited to his table, these became the new currencies of ambition. The rules of court life were endless and exacting. Rank determined where one stood, who one spoke to, even how one dressed. The king's ministers, Colbert, Louvois, and later men like Choiseul, were not only administrators, but masters of the court's coded language. A misplaced bow or a breach of protocol could spell disaster for a family's fortunes. This was no mere pageantry, it was a system of surveillance and control. Nobles spent fortunes on lavish clothes, gambling, and entertainments, draining their resources and binding them ever closer to the crown. Versailles was a theater of monarchy, but it was also a prison of privilege. The king's presence was constant, his gaze inescapable. Ambition was redirected from rebellion to competition for royal favor. Even the architecture enforced hierarchy. The king's bedchamber at the palace's center, the apartments of nobles radiating outward in strict order. Daily life was choreographed to exalt the monarch and suppress the independence of the great lords. Over time, the sword nobility, the noblesse d'épée, became courtiers, their ancestral power eroded by dependence on the king's goodwill. Yet the cost of this absolutist grandeur was staggering. Versailles devoured resources. By the end of Louis XIV's reign, the palace employed more than 3,000 servants, required endless maintenance, and hosted a court of thousands. The state's revenues, already strained by war and royal extravagance, were funneled into spectacles. Masquerades, ballets, fireworks, and endless banquets. The king's image was burnished, but the kingdom's finances bled. France's peasantry bore the weight of taxes and dues, while the crown's debts mounted. Beneath the glittering surface, Versailles masked growing tensions. The spectacle of unity and order could not conceal the fractures in French society. The king's centralized power came at the expense of local autonomy. Provincial parliaments and city councils chafed at royal interference, even as the court's rituals grew ever more elaborate. The nobility, deprived of political independence, nursed grievances and plotted returns to relevance. The ministers who managed the machinery of state, Turgot, Necker, Calonne, would in time confront the limits of royal authority and the impossibility of reform without sacrifice. Versailles was both triumph and trap. The palace embodied the dream of absolute monarchy, but it also revealed its vulnerabilities. The pageantry that dazzled Europe could not feed the hungry or pay the king's debts. The very system that had tamed the nobility and impressed the world left France brittle and unprepared for crisis. Beyond the palace gates, another France endured, a patchwork of provinces, privileges, and resentments, waiting for the moment when the king's magic would falter. Beneath the gilded ceilings of Versailles, France was not a single nation, but a mosaic of lands, customs, and laws, stitched together by centuries of conquest, marriage, and negotiation. In 1789, the kingdom sprawled from the Pyrenees to Flanders, from the Atlantic to the Alps. Yet to travel its length was to cross invisible borders as real as any drawn on a map. France was divided into 36 provinces, each with its own history, dialect, and privileges, jealously guarded against the encroachment of royal authority. Brittany clung to its ancient estates and tax exemptions. Languedoc governed itself through its own assembly. Alsace, annexed from the Holy Roman Empire, followed Germanic law. Even the king's writ did not run equally everywhere. In some regions, salt was taxed at crippling rates, while in others it was nearly free. To be French was to inhabit a patchwork. This bewildering complexity was not only geographic, but legal and social. The kingdom's laws were a tangle of royal edicts, local customs, and feudal rights. In the north, the Coutume de Paris dominated, while the south followed Roman-inspired written law. Courts, known as parlements, were scattered across the land, each a fortress of local privilege and resistance. The Parlement of Paris, the most powerful, jealously defended its authority to register royal laws. But there were 12 others, from Toulouse to Rennes, each with the power to block reforms and shield their own clientele. Justice was slow, uneven, and often for sale. Judgeships and administrative offices could be bought, sometimes for a fortune, and then passed down as family property. This venality, The purchase of public office was not a side effect, but a pillar of the monarchy's finances, binding the ambitions of the wealthy to the survival of the old regime. Economic life was no less fragmented. In the towns, guilds ruled trades with a stubborn exclusivity, restricting entry, fixing prices, and defending the mysteries of each craft against outsiders. A Parisian shoemaker could not set up shop in Lyon without facing the wrath of the local cordonnier. The rules of commerce changed from town to town, and internal customs barriers slowed the movement of goods. The merchant who sent wine from Bordeaux to Paris paid tolls at dozens of posts, each collecting its due for the local lord or the king. In the countryside, the weight of the old order pressed down in the form of seigneurial dues. Peasants farmed land that was rarely their own, obliged to pay rents in money, grain, or days of forced labor, corvée, to their seigneur. They ground their grain at the lord's mill, baked bread in his oven, and paid for the privilege. In some regions, the local lord could still claim the right to hunt on peasant fields, trampling crops in pursuit of royal game. Yet rural France was not simply a land of submission. Villages formed tight-knit communities, governed by assemblies of male heads of household, fiercely protective of common woods, pastures, and the rights of the poor. Parish priests, often the sons of peasants themselves, mediated disputes and recorded the births, marriages, and deaths that marked the rhythm of life. Tensions simmered between tenant and landlord, village and manor, tradition and innovation. In some years, a bad harvest or an increase in dues could spark lawsuits, protests, or even riots. The countryside was a world of memory and rumor, where news of royal decrees or distant wars arrived slowly, twisted by fear and hope. In the cities, life was faster, harsher, and more volatile. Paris, with its 600,000 souls, was a world apart, crowded, noisy, and hungry. Urban workers, the sans-culottes, scraped by on uncertain wages, their lives tethered to the price of bread. Artisans and journeymen chafed under guild restrictions, while the lucky few who owned a shop or a workshop guarded their status with suspicion. Everywhere, the language of privilege and exclusion shaped daily life. The right to vote in municipal elections, to bear arms in the National Guard, to wear a sword or a wig. These were not universal, but rationed by birth, wealth, or office. Beneath the surface, resentment festered. This was the France that faced the coming storm, not a modern nation-state, but a labyrinth of rights and wrongs, privileges and burdens, old wounds and new ambitions. The king's authority, for all its claims to absolute power, depended on 1,000 bargains with nobles, magistrates, priests, and townsmen. Reform was possible only by navigating a maze of interests, each ready to defend its own. As the fiscal crisis deepened and royal authority faltered, the question of who belonged to France and what each owed to the whole would ignite struggles that reached far beyond the walls of Versailles. To understand the revolution that was about to break, one must first see the kingdom as it was. Divided, unequal, bound together by habit and hope, and already trembling on the edge of change. In the spring of 1789, as France prepared to summon its first Estates General in over 170 years, the kingdom still moved according to the ancient logic of three estates. The first estate, the clergy, numbered perhaps 130,000 souls in a country of 28 million. They presided over the sacred and the everyday alike. from the grand cathedrals of Reims and Chartres to the crumbling parish churches of rural Brittany. The church owned nearly a tenth of the land in France. Its wealth was visible in the gleaming reliquaries and gilded vestments of bishops, but in the countryside, most priests lived closer to their flock's poverty than to episcopal grandeur. The church collected the tithe, a compulsory tax on harvests resented by peasants in lean years. In return, it offered charity, education, and the rituals of life and death. Yet in a kingdom where the crown faced bankruptcy, the clergy paid almost no direct tax. Instead, they negotiated a free gift to the king, a voluntary offering, always less than what the state demanded from the poor. Above the clergy stood the second estate, the nobility. Numbering perhaps 350,000, they were heirs to centuries of blood, service, and privilege. Some were ancient sword nobles whose ancestors had defended the realm for generations. Others were more recent, ennobled by royal favor or by the purchase of office. The court at Versailles glittered with their titles, Duke, Marquis, Comte, but most nobles never saw the palace. They managed country estates, presided over manorial courts, and collected feudal dues from the peasants who worked their lands. Nobles, too, enjoyed near-total exemption from the taille, France's main land tax. They alone could hunt on certain lands, wear swords, or claim seigneurial rights over mills, ovens, and wine presses. Many jealously guarded these privileges even as their own finances grew precarious. Some prospered, but others, petty nobles in rural Languedoc or Auvergne, struggled with debts and declining rents, their pride outstripping their purses. Below these two privileged orders stretched the vast third estate, everyone else. From the prosperous merchants of Bordeaux to the artisans of Paris, from lawyers in provincial towns to the millions of peasants who tilled the soil, the third estate made up 97% of the population. Their burdens were heavy. Peasants paid not only the tithe to the church and dues to their local lord, but also the king's taxes: taille, gabelle on salt, aids on wine, and a host of local levies. Urban workers faced rising bread prices and stagnant wages, while the middle classes, bourgeois lawyers, doctors, and officials, felt the sting of exclusion from offices reserved for nobles. Even the right to bear arms, to hunt, or to wear certain fabrics marked the boundary between the privileged and the rest. Yet the lines between estates were not as rigid as they seemed. Within the clergy, resentment simmered between the wealthy bishops, often drawn from noble families, who ruled from their palaces, and the humble curés who served the countryside and identified with their parishioners' struggles. In 1789, many parish priests would emerge as champions of reform, even as their superiors clung to tradition. The nobility, too, was divided. Ambitious newcomers bought their way into noble status, provoking scorn from old families. Some nobles embraced Enlightenment ideas, calling for an end to privilege and supporting reforms. Others saw any concession as a threat to their very identity. The Third Estate itself was a world of divisions, between the rising bourgeoisie, who read Rousseau and demanded rights, and the peasants whose demands were more immediate: an end to hunger, lower taxes, and relief from feudal dues. The system of privilege bred resentment, but also confusion. Tax exemptions and overlapping jurisdictions made the fiscal crisis almost impossible to solve. The king's ministers, from Turgot to Necker, found themselves stymied by parlements, high courts dominated by nobles, who blocked reforms in the name of tradition. Meanwhile, Rumors of new taxes or the abolition of privileges spread fear through every class. The monarchy's need for money made the question of who should pay not just a matter of policy, but of justice. In pamphlets and petitions, voices rose. Why should the richest orders pay the least? Why should the Third Estate, the nation's backbone, bear the nation's burdens alone? By 1789, the old order's contradictions were becoming impossible to ignore. The Estates General would bring together bishops and cures, dukes and petty nobles, lawyers and peasants, each with their own grievances and hopes. As they prepared to gather at Versailles, the question was no longer just who belonged to which estate, but what it meant to belong to France itself. In salons, taverns, and village squares, new ideas were beginning to circulate. Ideas that would soon challenge not just privilege, but the very structure of the kingdom. Paris, 1748. In the salons of Madame Geoffrin, the air is thick with the scent of coffee and candle wax. Here, aristocrats and lawyers, poets and scientists gather beneath painted ceilings to argue over the meaning of power. Montesquieu, a magistrate with a wry smile, has just published The Spirit of the Laws. His words ripple outward. Government, he claims, is not ordained by God, but shaped by climate, history, and, most dangerously, reason. Montesquieu's vision of separated powers and checks against tyranny is passed from hand to hand, from manuscript to salon, acquiring a life beyond its author's intent. Not far away, Voltaire sharpens his wit at the Café Procope, his laughter echoing above the clatter of porcelain cups. He mocks the church, lampoons the monarchy, and demands tolerance. Écrasez l'infâme, he urges, crush the infamous thing. His pamphlets, banned and burned, reappear in translation, smuggled inside false book covers and stitched into the linings of coats. Voltaire's voice, skeptical, irrepressible, teaches a generation to question, to doubt, to demand answers in the language of reason. Meanwhile, Jean-Jacques Rousseau lives restlessly between Paris and the countryside, writing of virtue and corruption. His Social Contract, published in 1762, declares that sovereignty lies not with kings, but with the people. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. Rousseau's radical vision unsettles even his fellow philosophes. For him, the legitimacy of government depends on the general will, and the people may reclaim their rights if rulers betray them. His words echo through the city's garrets and gardens, stirring hope and suspicion in equal measure. Beneath these lofty ideas, a new machinery of thought emerges. Denis Diderot, tireless and stubborn, orchestrates the creation of the encyclopédie. Over 20 years, he and his collaborators assemble knowledge from every field, science, art, philosophy, mechanics, into a sprawling, subversive compendium. The encyclopédie is more than a reference work. It is a manifesto in print, a challenge to royal censorship and clerical monopoly. Each volume, when published, is devoured by readers hungry for a world explained by reason, not dogma. Ideas do not travel alone. Paris teems with coffee houses and bookshops, the Café de la Régence, the Palais Royal, the stalls along the Seine. Here, merchants and artisans, students and servants overhear debates once reserved for the elite. Newspapers and gazettes, some official, many clandestine, multiply in the capital and the provinces. Political pamphlets, cheap and portable, are hawked in the streets and read aloud in taverns. Even the illiterate are swept up in this tide, as news and rumor circulate by word of mouth, embroidered with each retelling. Yet the monarchy, wary of sedition, tightens the screws of censorship. Royal censors comb manuscripts for heresy and treason. Printers risk exile or ruin for publishing forbidden texts. But the apparatus leaks. Smugglers ferry banned books across the porous borders from Geneva, Amsterdam, and London. Police spies haunt the salons, but cannot silence the talk. The more authorities attempt to suppress dangerous ideas, the more alluring those ideas become. In this ferment, new political languages are forged. The vocabulary of rights, liberty, equality, property, sovereignty enters common speech. The concept of the nation as a body politic, distinct from its monarch, takes root. Lawyers and pamphleteers begin to speak of the rights of man, of the people's claim to representation, of government as a contract, not a birthright. These are not yet mass slogans, but they are the scaffolding for revolution. Rumor, too, becomes a force. Whispers of royal plots, of aristocratic conspiracies, of secret alliances with foreign powers flicker through the city like wildfire. In the absence of trust, every edict and every silence from Versailles is interpreted as a threat. The streets of Paris, once governed by deference and custom, become arenas of suspicion and debate. By the late 1780s, the boundaries between official truth and popular conviction have blurred. A generation raised on Enlightenment ideals now faces a monarchy crippled by debt and indecision. They have learned to speak and to expect justice in the language of rights and reason. The old world has not yet fallen, but the tools to dismantle it are everywhere, in books, in pamphlets, in the restless conversations of a nation on the edge of crisis. As the king's ministers scramble to balance ledgers and calm unrest, they cannot silence the new voices rising from the salons and the streets. The question is no longer whether change will come, but how soon and at what cost. In the decade before the Revolution, the French monarchy found itself cornered by forces it could no longer command. The proud Bourbon kings, architects of Versailles and masters of ceremony, had grown used to the illusion of limitless power. But beneath the gilded ceilings, a crisis was quietly tightening its grip. A crisis born of defeat, ambition, and the arithmetic of empire. The 7 Years' War, fought from 1756 to 1763, had bled France's treasury dry. Once the greatest land power in Europe, France emerged from the war with its navy battered, its colonial dreams shattered, and its finances in shambles. Canada was lost to Britain, India slipped away, and the Caribbean plantations, the sugar islands that had once poured wealth into royal coffers, were now exposed and vulnerable. For the first time in generations, the king's government faced the fact that glory had a price it could not pay. Yet defeat did not breed humility. In 1778, Louis XVI's ministers saw a chance for revenge and redemption in the American Revolution. France would strike back at Britain by supporting the rebellious colonies. The navy was rebuilt with astonishing speed, and French fleets sailed to the Caribbean and the Chesapeake, winning the admiration of the court and the envy of rivals. Lafayette became a hero in Philadelphia and Paris alike. But each victory at sea, each shipment of gold, cannon, and men across the Atlantic was paid for with borrowed money. By the time the Treaty of Paris was signed in 1783, France had helped birth a new republic, but at the cost of 1.3 billion livres in new debt. The king's pride in naval resurgence masked a deeper rot. The monarchy's finances had become a house of cards, propped up by foreign loans and the hope that tomorrow would pay for today. As the bills mounted, the search for solutions became desperate. Royal ministers came and went, each promising salvation, each colliding with the same immovable obstacles. Anne Robert Jacques Turgot, appointed Controller General in 1774, was a man of Enlightenment credentials and steely resolve. Turgot saw the problem clearly. France's tax system was a patchwork of exemptions, privileges, and local deals that left the burden on those least able to pay. He proposed sweeping reforms, abolishing guilds, freeing the grain trade, and, most dangerously, taxing the nobility and clergy. But the court, the parlements, and the privileged classes closed ranks. Turgot was driven out in 1776, his reforms smothered by the very interests they threatened. Next came Jacques Necker, a Swiss banker whose outsider status made him both a curiosity and a threat. Necker dazzled Paris with his Compte Rendu au Roi, the first public account of royal finances, which revealed the staggering scale of the deficit. He borrowed heavily, hoping economic growth would outpace the mounting interest. Necker's popularity soared, but his enemies multiplied. The court whispered that he was a foreigner meddling in sacred affairs, and he too was dismissed, leaving behind more debt and a public newly aware of the monarchy's financial secrets. Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, appointed in 1783, tried a different approach: spend freely to restore confidence, then push through radical reform. He convened an assembly of notables, hand-picked nobles and prelates, hoping they would approve new taxes on landowners. But the notables balked, demanding to see the royal accounts and refusing to surrender their privileges. Calonne was dismissed, branded as reckless and extravagant. His successor, Étienne Charles de Brienne, found himself caught in the same trap. Brienne tried to outmaneuver the parlements, those proud guardians of legal tradition, but the judges refused to register new taxes without the approval of the Estates General, the ancient National Assembly that had not met since 1614. The king, humiliated, exiled the Parlement of Paris, only to provoke riots and pamphlets denouncing royal tyranny. By 1788, the monarchy was paralyzed, unable to borrow, unable to tax, unable to act. In these years, the monarchy's mystique began to unravel. The court at Versailles, once the sun around which all France orbited, now seemed a distant planet, immune to suffering but powerless to rule. Creditors demanded higher interest, foreign bankers hesitated, and every new edict sparked resistance. The king's ministers, brilliant and doomed, had tried every tool in the royal arsenal: reform, persuasion, secrecy, and force. All had failed. The kingdom's debts were now measured in billions, but the deficit was more than fiscal. It was a deficit of trust, authority, and imagination. As rumors spread through Paris and the provinces, blame settled on the king's circle. Whispers became pamphlets, pamphlets became scandal. Among the courtiers, none attracted more fascination or more venom than the Austrian-born queen, Marie Antoinette. In the salons and streets, her name became a symbol of royal excess, foreign influence, and the mysterious rot at the heart of Versailles. In the mirrored halls of Versailles, Marie Antoinette was both queen and captive, adorned in silks, yet beset by suspicion. Born an Austrian archduchess, she arrived in France at 14, a political bride to Louis XVI, carrying the hopes of an alliance between old enemies. But the gilded world she entered was not content to accept her as a symbol of peace. From the start, courtiers whispered about her foreignness, her accent, her supposed heirs. The old nobility, jealous of her influence and the king's affection, found in her a convenient scapegoat for their frustrations with the monarchy's uncertain direction. In salons and private letters, the queen was mocked as l'Autrichienne, the Austrian woman, but also by a sly pun, la chienne, the bitch. At court, etiquette was as sharp as steel. Marie Antoinette's attempts to carve out a private life, a circle of favorites, informal gatherings at the Petit Trianon, evenings of cards and music, only deepened the resentment. To the traditionalists, her disregard for rigid ceremony seemed like arrogance. To the public, stories of masked balls and extravagant dresses became proof of royal frivolity. Print culture was exploding. Paris teemed with pamphlets, libels, and satirical engravings. The Queen's image, once carefully managed by official portraitists like Vigée Lebrun, was now out of her control. In these anonymous sheets, she was cast as a spendthrift, a seductress, even a traitor, her body and her morals endlessly dissected by the rumor machine. The most sensational blow came in 1785, when the diamond necklace affair erupted. The story had all the makings of a scandal: a dazzling necklace, a scheming countess, forged letters, and a cardinal desperate to regain royal favor. Jeanne de la Motte, a minor noblewoman, convinced Cardinal de Rohan that the Queen wished to secretly buy a necklace worth 1.6 million livres, a fortune equal to the annual income of a small province. La Motte forged signatures, staged secret meetings, and pocketed the necklace herself. When the fraud unraveled, the king ordered a public trial. Though Marie Antoinette had been entirely innocent, the spectacle played out in the press as further proof of her supposed greed and duplicity. The court's attempt to clear her name only magnified the scandal, feeding a public already hungry for tales of royal corruption. Beneath the laughter and outrage, there was a darker current: the gendered slander that clung to Marie Antoinette more fiercely than to any king. In a culture where the monarch's wife was expected to embody virtue and fecundity, her struggles, years without an heir, a preference for private amusements, friendships with women like the Princesse de Lamballe, became fodder for suspicion. Libellous pamphlets accused her of lesbian affairs, of manipulating Louis, of betraying France to Austria. The Queen's sexuality was not merely a private matter, but a political weapon, wielded by enemies at court and in the streets. Her every gesture, from her hair powder to her laughter, was scrutinized for evidence of decadence. The rumors grew monstrous: that she bathed in milk while Paris starved, that she plotted with foreign powers, that she had uttered, "Let them eat cake," a phrase she never spoke, but which stuck like tar to her reputation. As the monarchy's financial woes mounted, the Queen's image became inseparable from the regime's failures. Grain shortages and tax protests in Paris found their villain not in abstract budgets or ministers, but in the face of Marie Antoinette, painted in broad strokes as Madame Deficit. The real causes of France's crisis were complex: wars, debt, a stagnant tax system. But the Queen's perceived extravagance offered a simple, emotionally charged explanation. Crowds gathered outside Versailles, shouting her name in anger. Revolutionary pamphleteers seized on her as a symbol of everything rotten in the old order. By 1788, the monarchy's moral authority was collapsing faster than its finances. The king was seen as indecisive, But the Queen was despised as dangerous. The press no longer feared censorship. The floodgates had opened. Marie Antoinette, once a glittering ornament of the Bourbon regime, had become its most hated emblem. In the streets of Paris, bread was growing scarce, and the hunger for justice was sharpening. The monarchy's loss of reputation was no longer just an affair of courtly intrigue. It was now a matter of life and death, played out in the markets and bakeries where rumor and reality collided. In the winter of 1788, France's crisis was not only constitutional or financial. It was a crisis of the body, gnawing in the belly of the nation. For 2 years, the weather had been merciless. A searing drought was followed by hailstorms that battered wheat fields from Burgundy to the Beauce. Then, in December, the Seine froze solid. In Paris, the river became a white road, impassable for barges. Grain convoys stalled, and the city's bakers peered anxiously at their dwindling flour sacks. In the countryside, peasants watched their meager harvests vanish into the grain carts of tax farmers and landlords. The price of bread, already the centerpiece of a worker's diet, soared to heights not seen in a generation. By March 1789, the cost of an ordinary loaf had doubled since the previous autumn. Bread was never just food in France. It was a daily contract between ruler and ruled, a symbol of the king's paternal care. When that contract failed, hunger became an accusation. In Paris, Lyon, and dozens of provincial towns, queues stretched at dawn outside bakeries, mothers clutching coins and children. Rumors swirled that merchants were hoarding flour or that corrupt officials were exporting grain for profit. The government's reforms to liberalize the grain trade, the so-called free market in bread, were now seen as a plot against the people. In the eyes of the poor, the language of Adam Smith had become a weapon wielded by the rich. Unemployment compounded the pain. As winter dragged on, building sites closed and workshops laid off their hands. In Paris, over 100,000 people, nearly a third of the city, were now dependent on charity or irregular work. The Hôtel Dieu hospital overflowed with the sick and starving. In the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the city's artisan quarter, hunger sharpened into anger. It was here that the first sparks of violence would ignite. On April 23, 1789, the name Réveillon, a prosperous wallpaper manufacturer, became infamous. Word spread that Jean-Baptiste Réveillon had called for lower wages. The rumor was false, but it needed no truth to inflame the desperate. By dusk, a crowd gathered outside his factory, chanting for bread and justice. Stones flew, windows shattered, and the police retreated before the mob. The next day, the violence spread to the homes of other employers rumored to be enemies of the poor. The army was called in. By the time order was restored, dozens were dead or wounded. The Réveillon disturbances were not a revolution, but they were a warning. The city's hunger was becoming political. Across France, similar scenes played out. In Reims, Troyes, and Grenoble, women led bread riots, storming granaries and forcing bakers to sell at just prices. Magistrates, once secure behind their robes, faced hostile crowds demanding action. In the villages, peasants seized carts of grain bound for distant markets. The king's intendants, his provincial governors, reported daily on riots, blockades, and the simmering fury of the people. In the language of the time, it was called La Guerre des Farines, the War of Flour. The government's response was halting and uncertain. Louis XVI, personally moved by the suffering, ordered some grain reserves released, but royal orders could not conjure wheat from barren fields. Ministers debated whether to intervene or let the market function, fearing that price controls would only deepen shortages. The police, stretched thin, could not be everywhere at once. In the capital, the lieutenant of police, Thiroux de Crosne, warned that the city was on the edge of explosion. Yet among the elite, the hunger of the poor was still often dismissed as a passing storm, not a force that could unmake a kingdom. For those who suffered, hunger was not abstract. It was the reason a child wept, a father despaired, a mother risked her life in a riot. It was the daily humiliation of watching the privileged eat their fill while the poor gnawed crusts. The bread crisis of 1788–89 did not cause the revolution alone, but it gave the coming crisis its urgency and its rage. It made politics visceral, something felt in the gut as much as the mind. In the spring of 1789, as the king's government prepared to summon the nation's elite to Versailles, the real France was already in motion, not debating rights, but demanding bread and finding in hunger a language of revolt. The question now was whether those summoned to decide the nation's fate would hear the rumble from the streets or mistake it for distant thunder. In the winter of 1787, the gilded halls of Versailles echoed with the nervous footsteps of France's most privileged men. Louis XVI, monarch by divine right yet burdened by debt, had summoned the Assembly of Notables, a gathering of high nobles, bishops, magistrates, and courtiers. It was a rare move, for Louis's absolutist predecessors had ruled by decree, not consultation. But the monarchy's finances were in shambles, the state unable to pay its bills after years of war and royal extravagance. Charles-Alexandre de Calonne, the king's embattled finance minister, presented a sweeping program to rescue the crown. New taxes on land, the abolition of internal trade barriers, and the end of certain aristocratic privileges. He needed the notables' endorsement to force these reforms through a recalcitrant country. Instead, he met a wall of skepticism. The notables, many dressed in crimson robes or the gold-trimmed uniforms of old offices, listened politely, then objected. Why, they asked, should they shoulder new taxes when the king's own spending seemed unchecked? Why trust accounts they had never seen? Some, like the influential Bishop Brienne and the Duke of Orléans, saw an opportunity to pose as defenders of law and tradition against ministerial overreach. They insisted that only the nation's true representatives, the Estates General, had the right to approve new taxes. The king's authority, once unquestioned, now faced open aristocratic resistance. Calonne soon fell, scapegoated for a system he had tried to mend. Louis XVI's next move was to replace Calonne with Brienne, hoping a churchman might win over the notables and the country. But Brienne fared no better. The notables, emboldened by their victory, continued to stall. Outside Versailles, word of the elite's intransigence spread. Pamphleteers mocked the spectacle, a kingdom in crisis, yet nobles refusing their share of sacrifice. Meanwhile, the king's government spiraled into paralysis. The royal treasury emptied, loans dried up. In Paris, the Parlement, the highest court of justice and a bastion of noble privilege, became the next battleground. The Parlement of Paris and its provincial cousins had long claimed the right to register royal edicts, framing themselves as guardians of the law. When Brienne tried to force tax reforms through without their consent, the magistrates refused. They demanded a full meeting of the Estates General, the ancient assembly of clergy, nobility, and commoners, which had not gathered since 1614. Crowds outside the Palais de Justice hailed the magistrates as heroes. The monarchy, hoping to assert its will, exiled the Parlement to Troyes, but this only inflamed public opinion. Riots erupted in Paris, seditious pamphlets multiplied. Facing unrest and a government verging on bankruptcy, Louis XVI recalled the Parlement and offered concessions. The king's weakness was now unmistakable. Each compromise emboldened his critics and undermined royal mystique. The court at Versailles, once the seat of awe, became a byword for indecision. The Queen, Marie Antoinette, was mocked as Madame Deficit. Ministers came and went, each more powerless than the last. The privileged orders, nobles and clergy, grew bolder, certain that the monarchy could not act without their approval. Meanwhile, the Third Estate, the vast majority of Frenchmen, from urban lawyers to rural peasants, watched with mounting anger as the upper orders blocked every attempt at reform. The promise of change, dangled before them, seemed always to dissolve into elite self-preservation. As 1788 dawned, France's crisis reached a breaking point. The harvest failed again, bread prices soared. The government, desperate for cash, suspended payments on its debts, a declaration of national insolvency. In the streets of Paris, hunger turned to fury. The king, battered by months of deadlock, finally bowed to the inevitable. In August, he announced that the Estates General would be summoned for the following spring. It was a gamble, perhaps his last. No one, least of all Louis himself, could predict what would happen when the nation's three estates came together for the first time in nearly 2 centuries. Across France, the news electrified cities and villages alike. For some, it was a chance to defend privilege. For others, the hope of a new social contract. Everywhere the question spread. Who would be heard, and what would they say? The monarchy had opened the door to the people's voice. Soon, the nation would begin to right its grievances, and the old order would face demands it could neither ignore nor control. In the chill of early 1789, a slow revolution began to stir, not in Paris, but in the thousands of villages, towns, and city parishes that made up the Kingdom of France. Royal orders had summoned the Estates General for the first time in 175 years, and with it came an unprecedented command. Every community must write its grievances, its cahier de doléances, and send them to Versailles. The king's ministers, desperate for legitimacy, had hoped that this would channel public frustration into orderly reform. What followed was something else, the largest act of collective writing in French history, as the nation's voice, fractured and polyphonic, began to inscribe itself on paper. From Brittany's granite hamlets to the vineyards of Burgundy, villagers gathered in parish churches and barns, often led by the local priest or a literate elder. The ritual was both strange and electric. For most peasants, this was the first time their complaints could be made official, their hopes put to ink. The grievances were simple and concrete: bread too dear, taxes too high, seigneurial dues too heavy, conscription too frequent, justice too slow and too expensive. In the market towns, artisans and small merchants demanded an end to guild restrictions and monopolies. In the countryside, the language was plainer still: an end to the game laws that let nobles trample crops in pursuit of deer, or a plea for relief from the salt tax, the hated gabelle. Yet what emerged was not only a catalogue of suffering. Many cahiers ended with appeals for rights, regular meetings of the Estates General, freedom of the press, equality before the law. The Enlightenment, once the preserve of Parisian salons, now filtered through the voices of petty officials, schoolmasters, and village priests. In some regions, peasants even called for the abolition of feudalism, a demand that would have seemed unthinkable just months before. The process itself created new expectations, a taste, however cautious, for political participation. The nobility too wrote their cahiers, but theirs were riven by anxiety and division. Some, like the liberal Marquis de Lafayette, urged the end of arbitrary imprisonment and the establishment of constitutional monarchy. Others clung to their privileges, insisting that noble tax exemptions and feudal rights were the foundation of order. In the salons of Versailles, old families whispered of a coming storm, while younger nobles, inspired by American republicanism or Rousseau's writings, debated how far reform should go. The very act of writing forced them to confront one another and themselves. Within the First Estate, the clergy division ran even deeper. Parish priests, the curés who lived among the people, drafted their own cahiers full of social complaint. They denounced the wealth of bishops and the absenteeism of higher clergy, aligning themselves with their parishioners rather than their superiors. In some dioceses, priests called for paying taxes and opening church accounts to public scrutiny. The bishops, for their part, replied with defenses of tradition and church prerogative. The unity of the altar was breaking, and many would soon have to choose between the people and their hierarchy. Lawyers, notaries, and the educated bourgeoisie now found themselves at the heart of this process. In towns across France, they were chosen to draft and edit the cahiers, their legal training and rhetorical skill suddenly in high demand. Figures like Jean-Joseph Mounier in Grenoble and Isaac Le Chapelier in Rennes used the moment to push for deep reform, trial by jury, limits on royal power, and the abolition of arbitrary arrests. They were joined by journalists and pamphleteers who copied and published the most radical cahiers, feeding a new print network that reached from provincial presses to the cafes of Paris. As the spring wore on, the act of writing became its own school of politics. Meetings grew contentious. In some towns, artisans and laborers forced their way into assemblies from which they were excluded by custom. In others, women's voices, rarely recorded, could be heard outside the doors, urging husbands and brothers not to forget the price of bread. The cahiers were dispatched to Versailles by courier, bundled with wax seals and ribbons, each one a testament to the hopes and resentments of a nation awakening to its own voice. By May, tens of thousands of pages had arrived at Versailles. The king and his ministers, expecting a manageable list of reforms, instead faced a torrent of demands and a map of grievances that crisscrossed the old boundaries of estate and privilege. The Estates General was about to open, and with it, the old order would be forced to listen to the nation it claimed to rule. As the deputies prepared to gather, no one, least of all Louis XVI, could know how the words of the cahiers would soon echo in the halls of power. On the morning of May 5, 1789, the Palace of Versailles awoke to a spectacle not seen in France for 175 years. Down the gilded corridors and across the gravel of the royal forecourt, a ceremonial procession snaked its way toward the royal chapel. The three estates, clergy, nobility, and commoners, marched in strict order, each group marked by costume and centuries of tradition. The first estate, the clergy, glided forward in shimmering white and violet, their gold crosses catching the sun. Next, the second estate, the nobility, resplendent in black silk, lace and swords, their hats plumed, faces proud. Last came the third estate, 600 deputies representing the vast majority of France. Lawyers, merchants, doctors and farmers dressed simply in black, their only ornament a plain sword at the side. In this pageant, the old regime's hierarchy was on display for all to see. Inside the vast hall of Menus Plaisir, the Estates General assembled beneath painted ceilings and crystal chandeliers. Versailles, the palace of absolute monarchy, now played host to a gathering that threatened to unravel its world. The king, Louis XVI, watched from his throne, uneasy beneath the weight of expectation and history. Around him clustered courtiers, ministers, and his finance minister, Jacques Necker, still France's most popular man, hailed by crowds as the people's friend. For weeks, Versailles had swelled with rumor and petition as deputies arrived bearing the cahier de doléances, thousands of notebooks filled with the grievances and hopes of a restless nation. Yet from the first, the ceremony's grandeur masked a core of conflict. The question that haunted the hall was simple but decisive. How would the Estates General vote? By tradition, each estate would deliberate and cast its vote as a block. One vote for the clergy, one for the nobility, one for the third estate. This favored the privileged orders, who could always outvote the commoners 2-1. But the third estate, emboldened by months of debate and the ferment of political pamphlets, demanded a new principle: voting by head, not by order. With twice as many deputies as each of the other estates, they argued that only a vote by individual deputy could reflect the nation's true will. Louis XVI and Necker hesitated. The king, cautious and indecisive, wished above all to avoid confrontation. Necker, for all his popularity, was a reformer of numbers, not of constitutions. He proposed procedural compromises, urging patience and moderation, but offered no clear answer to the central demand. For the Third Estate, this was intolerable. They had come to Versailles expecting to rescue a bankrupt kingdom, but also to claim their share of sovereignty. Now they found themselves shut out, literally and figuratively, by the old regime's rules. Frustration simmered in the Third Estate's ranks. Deputies like Jean-Sylvain Bailly, a Parisian astronomer, and Emmanuel Joseph Cas, author of the incendiary pamphlet "What is the Third Estate?", pressed for action. In the corridors they spoke of justice and nationhood, but also of humiliation. In the hall, the clergy and nobles sat on raised benches, while the Third Estate was left standing or perched on hard chairs, a visible reminder of their subordination. Outside, crowds gathered at the palace gates, hoping for news, jeering at the carriages of the nobility, and cheering any hint of defiance from the deputies of the people. The deadlock soon became public. Days passed with no progress, as the privileged orders refused to join the Third Estate in joint verification of credentials. Pamphlets and newspapers fanned the flames, accusing the king of betraying his people and the nobles of plotting to keep France in chains. In the salons and on the streets of Paris, the mood grew tense. The promise of reform that had electrified the nation through the winter and spring seemed to stall at the threshold of power. As May wore on, the Third Estate's patience snapped. If they could not act as the nation's true representatives within the old order, some now argued, they must become the nation itself. In the shadows of Versailles, the deputies began to plot a new course, one that would soon transform not just the Estates General, but the very idea of sovereignty in France. The stage was set for a confrontation that would break the framework of monarchy and launch the revolution into uncharted territory. Versailles, early June 1789. The gilded halls and manicured gardens mask a kingdom on the edge. For weeks, the Estates General has met in a choreography of frustration. 3 orders, 3 chambers, 3 ways of seeing France. The Third Estate, deputies of the commoners, wait and watch as the nobility and clergy cling to their privileges. The king's summons was for a tax consultation, but what is unfolding is something far more dangerous. A crisis of legitimacy and the first tremors of national rebirth. At the heart of this transformation stands Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, a canny, sharp-eyed clergyman with the mind of a revolutionary. Sieyès has electrified the Third Estate with a pamphlet. What is the Third Estate? That answers its own question. It is everything. The pamphlet spreads through the deputies like fire in dry brush. The Third Estate, Sieyès insists, is not a supplicant, but the very nation itself. From the seigneurial villages of the Dordogne to the crowded faubourgs of Paris, the Third Estate carries the hopes and grievances of 25 million souls. It is France, yet the machinery of old order grinds on. The Estates General's first task is the verification of powers, the formal process of checking each deputy's credentials. But even this becomes a battleground. Should the estates verify together, as equals or separately, preserving hierarchy? The clergy and nobility stall, wary of losing their ancient standing. The Third Estate, led by figures like Sieyès and the fiery orator Honoré Mirabeau, refuses to yield. Mirabeau, disowned by his own noble family and marked by scandal, brings a thunderous presence to the debates. His voice, deep and urgent, booms through the salle des menus plaisirs. We are here by the will of the people, and we will not leave except at the point of a bayonet. The standoff deepens. Days pass. The king, indecisive and anxious, paces his private chambers. Louis XVI hopes for compromise, but his silence only emboldens the Third Estate. In the salons and corridors of Versailles, rumors swirl. Will the king dissolve the Estates General? Will troops be called? Anxiety sharpens resolve. The Third Estate begins to admit sympathetic clergy. First a trickle, then a stream, breaking the old boundaries. The chamber fills with murmurs of something new, not just a meeting of orders, but the birth of a nation in miniature. On June 17, 1789, the Third Estate's patience finally snaps. Sieyès, precise and relentless, proposes a motion that will change the course of history. The deputies, in a hushed but momentous vote, declare themselves the National Assembly, the legitimate representative body of France. The words are careful, legalistic, but the meaning is revolutionary. Sovereignty no longer resides with the king, but with the nation. This is not just a tax meeting, it is a claim to remake France itself. The declaration stuns Versailles. The king's ministers scramble to respond. The court is aghast. The act is both audacious and ambiguous. No violence, no barricades, just a line drawn in the sand. But the consequences are immediate. The National Assembly invites all deputies from every estate to join. Some do. Others hesitate, torn between loyalty to tradition and the pull of a new legitimacy. Outside, in the gardens and streets, word spreads quickly. The people of Versailles and Paris sense that something irreversible has begun. A sovereignty crisis now engulfs France. Who speaks for the nation? The king, the privileged orders, or the elected deputies of the people? The king's authority, still draped in sacred ritual and centuries of custom, suddenly looks brittle. For the first time, royal power is not just questioned, it is displaced. The National Assembly claims the right to legislate, to tax, to speak in the name of France itself. The old world, so carefully ordered, begins to fracture. In the coming days, the stakes will rise. Doors will be locked, tempers will flare, and the deputies, now calling themselves a National Assembly, will be forced to decide whether symbols and ceremonies can hold back the tide of revolution. The transformation is underway, from a royal tax consultation to a nation making itself by its own hand in the face of royal resistance. The storm that began in pamphlets and petitions is about to break into open defiance, setting France on a path from the palace at Versailles to the streets of Paris and beyond. On the morning of June 20, 1789, the deputies of France's Third Estate arrived at the Salle des États in Versailles, expecting to continue their work. Instead, they found the doors locked, guarded by royal soldiers. Officially, the hall was closed for repairs, but few believed the excuse. The deputies, already tense from weeks of deadlock, recognized the move for what it was: a warning from the king's ministers. Louis XVI, alarmed by their declaration of a National Assembly 3 days earlier, seemed ready to reassert royal authority by force or subterfuge. The deputies milled outside, the air thick with rumor and anxiety. Some suggested dispersal, others, like Jean-Sylvain Bailly and Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, insisted that the people's representatives could not simply vanish at a royal command. A murmur spread. What now? Then a voice, possibly Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotin, proposed an alternative. Nearby stood the Jeu de Paume, the royal tennis court, a long, echoing hall where aristocrats once played their fashionable game. The deputies, nearly 600 strong, surged down the avenue, black coats and tri-cornered hats flapping in the June heat. The caretaker, surprised, flung open the doors. Inside, the court's high windows cast pale light onto scuffed wooden floors. There were no desks, no thrones, just benches and the ghosts of idle sport. Here, in this unlikely space, the representatives of the nation would make their stand. The mood was electric, defiant, uncertain, and strangely ceremonial. Bailly, the astronomer mayor of Paris, took the presiding chair. Around him gathered men like the lawyer Isaac Le Chapelier, the Abbé Grégoire, and the fiery Mirabeau, whose reputation as a radical was matched only by his skill as an orator. They debated not whether to resist, but how. The assembly resolved to bind itself by oath, not to separate nor to abandon their work until France had a new constitution. The wording was careful, yet the resolve was absolute. The deputies rose, hands raised as one, and Bailly read the pledge aloud. The room echoed with assent. Je le jure, as each man swore his loyalty to the nation's will. This moment, later immortalized in paintings and prints, was more than a legal declaration. It was a revolutionary weapon, a public act of unity, performed before witnesses, designed to transform a gathering of individuals into a sovereign body. The oath was both shield and sword. It protected the deputies against royal intimidation, and it challenged the monarchy's claim to exclusive authority. In the culture of Versailles, where power was enacted through ritual, The tennis court oath inverted the old order. Here, the ceremony belonged to the nation, not the king. The deputies became actors on a new stage, inventing a civic ritual to rival the coronations and levees of Bourbon tradition. Outside the court, the news spread quickly. Crowds gathered in the muddy lanes of Versailles, drawn by rumor and hope. Some cheered, others watched in silence, aware that the lines were hardening and the stakes rising. Inside the royal apartments, Louis XVI hesitated. His advisors, divided between conciliation and repression, urged caution. The king, indecisive, ordered the other estates to join the National Assembly, hoping to regain control through unity. But the gesture came too late. The spell of royal omnipotence was broken. The people's representatives had sworn an oath not to the king, but to France itself. In the days that followed, the tennis court oath became a touchstone for revolutionaries across the country. Pamphlets and engravings circulated the image of hundreds of deputies, arms outstretched in a forest of hands, consecrating their cause. The oath's language, solemn, collective, unyielding, set a new standard for political legitimacy. It was no longer enough to petition or protest. Now, to be heard, one must swear before the nation. The power of ceremony shifted from palace to public square, from the king's body to the body politic. But the oath was also a challenge, one that could not be ignored. In Paris, the mood grew restless. Rumors of royal plots and mass arrests swirled through the city's cafes and markets. The deputies in Versailles had staked everything on the promise of a constitution. If the king's authority could not contain them, what would? As the summer heat pressed on, the fragile calm of the capital began to crack, and the revolution's next phase drew near, driven by fear, rumor, and the mounting pressure of an expectant people. In early July 1789, Paris was a city under siege by its own uncertainty. The news from Versailles was electrifying. The Third Estate had declared itself the National Assembly and sworn the tennis court oath. But on the streets, the air was thick with rumor and dread. The king, it was whispered, was gathering troops. Thousands of royal soldiers, Swiss guards in red, German mercenaries in blue and white, began to encircle the capital. Their camps rose at Sèvres, Saint-Denis, and the Champ de Mars, looming over the city's ancient neighborhoods. Officially, the soldiers were there to keep order, but Parisians, already battered by high bread prices and memories of royal crackdowns, saw an army poised for repression. The people's anxieties were stoked by the sudden dismissal of Jacques Necker, the popular Swiss banker who served as Louis XVI's finance minister. Necker was no radical, but he had become a symbol of hope for reform and fiscal transparency. On July 11th, the king dismissed him without warning, replacing him with the hardline Baron de Breteuil. When news of Necker's fall reached Paris, it spread like wildfire. Crowds surged through the Palais Royal, the bustling garden and arcade at the heart of the city's political rumor mill. There, under the chestnut trees, journalists, pamphleteers, and the disaffected gathered to debate the future. That evening, a young lawyer named Camille Desmoulins leapt onto a café table, his green coat flashing in the summer dusk. Waving a pistol and a green leaf, the color of hope, he shouted to the crowd, "To arms! To arms! The dismissal of Necker is the signal for a St. Bartholomew of patriots. The people," he cried, "must defend themselves against tyranny." Desmoulins' call electrified the city. By the morning of July 12th, Paris was in uproar. Church bells rang the alarm. The tocsin echoed from steeple to steeple. Barricades sprang up in the narrow streets. The city's population, swollen by migrants and the hungry unemployed, surged into motion. Arms were desperately sought. Crowds ransacked gunsmiths' shops and the depots of the Garde Française, the city's own regiment, whose ordinary soldiers increasingly sympathized with the people. Mobs scoured the Hôtel des Invalides, the ancient military hospital, searching for muskets and cannon. When the royal authorities tried to close the city gates, Parisians forced them open, determined that no one would be trapped or isolated. Amid the chaos, the first outlines of organized defense began to emerge. Paris's electors, delegates chosen to vote for the Estates General, met in the Hôtel de Ville, the city hall, to create a citizens' militia. They called it the National Guard, a force intended to protect both property and liberty. Its command was given to the Marquis de Lafayette, the hero of the American Revolution, whose name carried the promise of constitutional order. But for now, the National Guard was little more than a name and a hope. Its ranks were filled by clerks, artisans, and students, many with little military experience, all desperate for arms. Fear and rumor gripped every quarter. Some believed royal troops would storm the city by night, arresting leaders and crushing the assembly at Versailles. Others whispered of foreign mercenaries paid to massacre the people. The old monarchy's authority, once so absolute, now seemed fragile, suspended between the threat of violence and the reality of popular resistance. The king and his court, isolated at Versailles, watched Paris with growing alarm. The city's mood teetered between panic and resolve as neighbors armed themselves and barricades grew higher. In the streets, the line between crowd and army blurred. Many soldiers of the Garde Française refused to fire on their fellow Parisians, some even joining the crowds, bringing with them precious muskets and military know-how. The Palais Royal remained the epicenter of agitation, its cafes and galleries alive with debate, pamphlets, and plans for insurrection. Desmoulins and other journalists fanned the flames, their words printed and read aloud to eager listeners. Paris, so often the stage for royal pageantry, was now the crucible of a new kind of politics, one forged in fear, hope, and the urgent search for weapons. By July 13th, the city was poised on a knife's edge. The king's soldiers waited outside the barrier walls, the National Assembly debated at Versailles, and the people of Paris armed themselves for a confrontation whose outcome no one could predict. In the shadow of royal troops and the memory of Necker's dismissal, the city's fate, and the fate of the revolution itself, would soon be decided by the actions of an angry, mobilized crowd. The next day, their search for arms would lead them to an old fortress, and the world would watch as a symbol of royal power faced the fury of the people. Dawn broke over Paris on July 14, 1789, but the city was restless, its streets already alive with rumor and determination. The previous days had seen the capital bristling with royal troops, the king's dismissal of the popular finance minister Necker, and the first barricades raised by desperate citizens. Now, as the sun rose, thousands gathered in the heart of the city, seeking arms to defend themselves and the newborn National Assembly. Their first destination was the Hôtel des Invalides, a sprawling complex housing disabled veterans and, crucially, a vast store of muskets and cannon. The crowd surged past nervous guards, prying open locked doors and seizing over 30,000 muskets. But the weapons lacked powder and shot. For that, all eyes turned east to the looming medieval fortress that dominated the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the Bastille. The Bastille, with its thick stone walls and towers, had long been a symbol of royal absolutism, a place where kings consigned prisoners without trial. By 1789, it was more relic than military stronghold, holding just 7 prisoners, 4 forgers, 2 madmen, and a disgraced aristocrat. But it still housed barrels of gunpowder and stood as an unmistakable emblem of royal power. As the crowd advanced, its numbers swelling with artisans, laborers, and even bourgeois shopkeepers, the fortress's governor, Bernard-René de Launay, faced a crisis for which he was utterly unprepared. De Launay attempted negotiation, inviting a delegation from the crowd to parley within the Bastille's outer gates. They demanded the surrender of the fortress and its arms. De Launay, wary of both the mob and his own superiors, stalled for time. Tension mounted as hours passed. Outside, the crowd grew impatient, their anger fueled by the summer heat and the sight of royal troops still lurking on the city's outskirts. Amid confusion, a group forced open the outer drawbridge and gunfire erupted. Accounts would forever dispute who fired first. The scene descended into chaos. Some in the crowd believed a white flag had been raised in surrender, others that it was a ruse. Musket balls flew, smoke filled the air, and Paris's first blood of revolution was spilled. Inside, the defenders, 82 Swiss mercenaries and 32 invalides, held out as best they could, but they were outnumbered and increasingly demoralized. The besiegers, meanwhile, dragged cannon into the fray, firing at the fortress's gates. For hours the fighting raged. News and rumors ricocheted through Paris. The Bastille is falling, the king's men are slaughtering citizens, the people are winning. Finally, after nearly 5 hours, de Launay recognized the futility of resistance. He agreed to surrender, provided the garrison would be spared. The gates opened and the crowd surged in, overwhelming the defenders. What followed was a scene both jubilant and vengeful. The Bastille's prisoners, bewildered by the sudden daylight and the chanting crowds, were paraded through the streets as living proof of tyranny undone. De Launay himself was seized by the mob. In the confusion and rage, he was killed, his head borne aloft through the streets as a grisly trophy, a signal to all Paris that the old order's symbols were no longer untouchable. But for the majority, the violence was less important than the victory itself. The fall of the Bastille was not merely the capture of a fortress, it was the birth of a new political reality. The king's authority had been physically breached, and the people had discovered their power. Throughout Paris, church bells rang and crowds celebrated, not just the liberation of prisoners or the capture of gunpowder, but the symbolic overthrow of a centuries-old spectre of arbitrary power. Lafayette, soon to command the new National Guard, and Bailly, the astronomer soon named mayor, both emerged as leaders in the aftermath, striving to channel the energy of the crowd into a new civic order. The Bastille's keys would soon be sent to George Washington in America, a gesture that echoed across continents and generations. Yet beneath the euphoria, new anxieties stirred. The king at Versailles was stunned by the news, his authority now openly defied. Across France, word of the Bastille's fall raced along roads and rivers, carried by messengers and rumor alike. In the countryside, peasants and villagers heard not just of a fortress taken, but of a world overturned. If Paris could rise, so could they. The revolution, once the affair of lawyers and deputies, had become the cause of the people. And as fear and hope spread beyond the capital, the old order's grip on France began to tremble in every parish and manor. In the weeks after the Bastille fell, the revolution's shockwaves did not end at the Paris city gates. They rippled outward into the forests, fields, and hamlets of rural France, carried by rumor, hunger, and fear. The countryside, home to nearly 20 million peasants, had long been a world apart from the court at Versailles, a landscape of hard labor, seigneurial dues, and old grievances. Now, as the capital's crowds seized arms and the National Assembly declared itself the sovereign voice of the nation, the villages of France faced their own reckoning. The summer of 1789 was one of drought, withered crops, and bread queues. In the parched dust of July, rumors began to swirl like summer storms. Peasants whispered of brigands, hired bands of outlaws, they said, paid by aristocrats to destroy the harvest or punish rebellious villages. Others claimed that the nobles, furious at the National Assembly's challenge to their power, had hatched a plot to starve the people into submission. From the Jura to the Vendée, from Berry to Dauphiné, the stories spread faster than any royal edict. At night, distant fires on the horizon were seen as proof that the enemy was near. In some places, peasants armed themselves with scythes and pitchforks, forming watch patrols and ringing church bells at the first hint of danger. The fear was not born only of fantasy. France's rural poor had lived for generations under the weight of feudal burdens. They owed dues in grain, labor, and coin to their seigneurs, landlords who often lived far away, drawing rents while the villagers starved. The manorial archives, kept in the local chateau or manor house, recorded every obligation: the corvée, the tithe, the banalités, the right to use the Lord's mill or oven. For years, these parchments had been the instruments of rural misery. Now, in the fever of July and August, they became targets for vengeance. Panic became action. In the Limousin, peasants stormed the chateau of the Marquis de Beaucaire, demanding the destruction of the records of their dues. In Franche-Comté, the people of Lons-le-Saunier rose up, burning manor houses and scattering the papers that bound them to feudal law. In Alsace, the revolt took on a sharper edge as German-speaking peasants moved from estate to estate, torching archives and demanding the abolition of seigneurial rights. Even in the distant Pyrenees, shepherds and farmers joined the wave, convinced that only by destroying the written evidence of their servitude could they win true freedom. Not all targets were chosen blindly. Some nobles, sensing the danger, fled their estates for the safety of cities or foreign exile. Others tried to negotiate, promising to lower rents or even join the revolution themselves. A few, like the Duke of Aiguillon, publicly renounced their privileges, hoping to calm the storm. But the momentum of the Great Fear was not easily checked. In some regions, the violence spilled over into attacks on grain convoys and merchants, as villagers accused them of hoarding or conspiring to keep bread prices high. The boundaries between protest, rumor, and revenge blurred, and the countryside, once a patchwork of isolated communities, began to move as a single trembling body. The National Assembly, still gathered at Versailles, watched these events with alarm. Deputies received frantic letters from the provinces describing chaos and pleading for relief. The Assembly's members, many of them minor nobles and lawyers, were forced to confront a reality they had not foreseen. The revolution was no longer a matter of petitions and speeches. It had become a wildfire, fueled by centuries of resentment and the sudden collapse of royal authority. As the old order seemed to dissolve, the Assembly faced a stark choice: suppress the peasant uprisings or embrace their demands and remake the social contract itself. By early August, the pressure could no longer be ignored. The revolution had breached the walls of the chateau and the boundaries of the law, bringing the question of privilege and property to the center of national debate. In the Assembly's candlelit hall, voices rose to demand an end to the feudal system, root and branch. The night of August 4th would see the deputies take up this challenge, as the revolution's promise of liberty and equality was put to its first dramatic test. As August 1789 dawned, the National Assembly was besieged by panic and hope in equal measure. The countryside still quaked from the Great Fear. Rumors of aristocratic plots and vengeful peasants had swept through villages, driving terrified crowds to storm manor houses, burn feudal records, and demand an end to centuries-old obligations. In Versailles, the deputies faced a France on the brink of civil war. The old order was crumbling faster than anyone had planned. On the night of August 4th, 1789, the Assembly erupted in a frenzy of renunciation. Noblemen and clergy, some with genuine conviction, others with a sense of political survival, rose one after another to abandon their ancient privileges. Titles, feudal dues, hunting rights, tithes, and even seigneurial justice, all were cast aside in a single astonishing session that stretched past dawn. The abolition of feudalism was not tidy or absolute, but the symbolic heart of the old regime, its hierarchy of privilege, was mortally wounded. The work of building a new order began immediately. In the weeks that followed, the Assembly labored to give shape to the revolution's ideals. The result was a document both universal in language and radical in intent: the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, drafted by a committee that included the Marquis de Lafayette, influenced by the advice of Thomas Jefferson, and debated in the steamy halls of Versailles. The Declaration was adopted on August 26th. It opened with a ringing assertion: men are born and remain free and equal in rights. The language was clear and uncompromising, echoing Rousseau's social contract and Montesquieu's vision of law. It was a manifesto for a new France, and, as it would turn out, for the modern world. The Declaration laid out a vision of natural rights: liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. The law, it declared, was the expression of the general will. No one, not king nor noble, stood above it. All citizens were equal before the law and equally eligible for public office, according to their abilities and virtues. The principle of legal equality, so long the dream of reformers, was now the official creed of the nation. Property was defined as an inviolable and sacred right, a reflection of the revolution's bourgeois backbone. The Assembly did not abolish private property. Instead, it enshrined it as the foundation of political liberty, a bulwark against both aristocratic privilege and arbitrary state power. Yet the Declaration's universalism was, in practice, sharply bounded. The word man was no accident. Political rights were reserved for male citizens who paid taxes, a category that excluded women, servants, the poor, and enslaved people in France's overseas colonies. Olympe de Gouges, a Parisian playwright, would soon protest this exclusion in her own Declaration of the Rights of Woman. For now, however, the Assembly's vision of citizenship was narrow, rooted in property and independence. The revolutionaries drew a bright line between active citizens, those who could vote and hold office, and the passive majority, who were to be protected by the law but not trusted with its making. Outside the assembly, the declaration was greeted with a mixture of celebration and skepticism. In Paris, printers rushed to publish the text, and copies appeared on walls, in newspapers, and in the hands of ordinary citizens. The language of rights swept through coffeehouses and clubs, fueling debate and hope that the old injustices might finally be swept away. But in the provinces, and especially in the countryside, the meaning of rights was more ambiguous. Peasants demanded the immediate abolition of seigneurial dues, while former lords clung to compensation and the fine print of reform. The tension between promise and reality would haunt the revolution in the months to come. The king, meanwhile, hesitated. Louis XVI, still at Versailles and increasingly isolated, resisted signing the August decrees and the declaration. He was urged on by conservative courtiers and the Queen, who feared the loss of royal authority and the collapse of order. But outside the palace gates, hunger and anger grew. In the city markets and crowded streets of Paris, the people's patience was running out. The Declaration of Rights had proclaimed a new era, but the question of bread, who would eat and who would rule, remained as urgent as ever. As autumn approached, the revolution's promises would be put to the test, not in parchment and speeches, but in the hands of those who had the most to gain and the most to lose. The next act would begin not with legislators, but with the women of Paris, marching out of the city and toward the king's gilded world. October 5, 1789. Dawn breaks over Paris, and the city is restless with hunger. Bread, brown, coarse, and barely enough, has become the measure of survival. For weeks, rumors have churned through the marketplaces that hoarders and speculators are driving up prices, that the bakers are cheating the people, that the king and his court in distant Versailles are indifferent to the agony of the capital. On this cold, wet morning, the anger is no longer just words. It is women, hundreds at first, then thousands, gathering at the Hôtel de Ville, demanding bread, justice, and the king's attention. These are the market women of Paris, the Poissardes, renowned for their blunt speech and iron resolve. Their children are hungry, their patience is gone. The crowd surges and grows. Women seize drums, pikes, and muskets from city officials. Their determination draws others, men from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, National Guardsmen, even a few radical journalists. Some chant for bread, others for the king to be brought to Paris. At their head, a young woman named Stanislas Marie Maillard, already known from the storming of the Bastille, leads the marchers through torrents of rain. They set out on foot for Versailles, 12 miles away, a river of mud-soaked humanity with a single demand: that the king see and feel the hunger of Paris. As the procession winds through the countryside, its numbers swell. By the time the marchers reach Versailles, they are a force of perhaps 7,000. Women, men, children, soldiers. Versailles, built to awe and intimidate, now seems vulnerable. The palace gates are crowded with petitioners. Deputies of the National Assembly peer out from windows, astonished and unsettled. Inside, Louis XVI is hesitant, his ministers divided. Marie Antoinette, already a symbol of luxury and foreignness, becomes the focus of the crowd's suspicion. Rumors fly that she has hoarded grain, that she plots with émigrés against the revolution. The assembly is besieged. Deputies such as Mirabeau and Robespierre are confronted by women demanding answers. Lafayette, commander of the National Guard, is summoned in haste. He hesitates, torn between duty to the king and loyalty to Paris. At last, unable to resist the pressure, he leads 15,000 guardsmen on a forced march to Versailles, arriving late at night to find the palace surrounded and the mood volatile. Overnight, tension explodes. In the early hours of October 6th, some of the palace guards fire on the crowd. The women surge forward, breaking into the royal apartments. There is chaos, panic, and the threat of bloodshed. Lafayette intervenes, calming the crowd and persuading the king to appear on a palace balcony. Louis XVI, pale and uncertain, promises bread and agrees to return to Paris with his family. The crowd erupts in triumphant shouts. "We are bringing back the baker, the baker's wife, and the baker's boy." The royal family, Louis, Marie Antoinette, and their children, are escorted back to the capital, a slow-moving procession hemmed in by the market women who have become, for a day, the arbiters of power. The journey is both a victory and a humiliation. The king's carriage is flanked by the ragged, jubilant marchers. On pikes, some carry the heads of palace guards, a grim warning to any who would resist the will of the people. The procession enters Paris to cheers and jeers alike, winding its way to the Tuileries palace. Versailles, the seat of royal sovereignty, is left behind. Its gilded halls now empty, its future uncertain. In the Tuileries, the royal family is no longer remote. They live under the constant gaze of the Parisian populace. The palace is surrounded by National Guardsmen, the gates watched day and night. Deputies of the Assembly are now just a short walk away. The king's every movement, every word, is monitored by the city that once revered him. For the first time, the monarchy is forced to govern in the presence and under the surveillance of its people. The old separation of king and nation has been shattered. This moment marks a turning point. The October days reveal the power of popular action, the centrality of women in the revolutionary drama, and the vulnerability of the monarchy. The king's authority is no longer absolute. It is conditional, contested, and fragile. As Paris absorbs the royal family, the revolution itself shifts from the gilded salons of Versailles to the tumultuous streets of the capital. In the months ahead, the Assembly will attempt to rebuild France on new foundations. But the memory of the October March, the day when the women of Paris brought the king to heel, will haunt every debate and every hope for a peaceful transformation. As autumn 1789 settled over Paris, the National Assembly faced a kingdom in fragments. France had not been a nation in the modern sense, but a patchwork of provinces, each with its own laws, weights, and privileges. Brittany's customs, Burgundy's taxes, Languedoc's assemblies, and 100 other localisms. Now, the revolutionaries set out to erase the old map and draw a new one, not just on parchment, but in the lives of 26 million people. Their ambition was not only to end the monarchy's abuses, but to remake the very machinery of daily existence. The first stroke was territorial. In January 1790, the Assembly abolished the ancient provinces and divided France into 83 departments, each named after rivers, mountains, or natural features, Seine, Rhône, Dordogne, rather than feudal lords or vanished kingdoms. Each department would be subdivided into districts, cantons, and communes, governed by elected councils. The goal was rationality, equal size, equal population, equal representation. Gone were the privileges of Normandy, the customs of Provence, the remoteness of Corsica. In theory, every Frenchman would now live under the same law, judged by the same standards and represented in the same way. The department was the revolution's first monument to equality, but also to centralization, a new France built from the center out. But the revolution faced a crisis deeper than geography: bankruptcy. The royal treasury was empty, the state's credit exhausted by war and mismanagement. The Assembly's answer was radical. On November 2, 1789, it declared all church property at the disposal of the nation. Land, abbeys, vineyards, and tithes, 1/10 of France's wealth, would be seized and sold. In the old regime, the church had been landlord, employer, and spiritual guide. Now its estates became the collateral for a new paper currency, the assignat. Each assignat note was backed by the value of nationalized church lands, intended to pay debts and fund public works. At first, assignats were trusted as a patriotic investment in France's future. But soon, as more were printed to cover the government's hunger for cash, their value would slip, setting off waves of speculation and inflation that would haunt the revolution for years. Uniformity was the revolution's watchword, and nowhere did it strike deeper than the law. The Assembly swept away the tangle of seigneurial courts, feudal dues, and royal edicts that had made French justice a labyrinth. In their place came a single legal code, the same for peasant and noble, merchant and artisan. Trials would be public, punishments proportionate, and justice blind to birth. The revolutionaries believed that if the law could be made rational, society would follow. In the courtroom, as in the countryside, the old world was being dismantled. This drive for uniformity reached into the most intimate corners of life. The Assembly mandated the use of the metric system, abolishing the chaos of local measures: Parisian feet, Lyonnais pounds, Bordeaux toises. Henceforth, a meter would be the same in Marseille as in Rouen, a kilogram the same in Strasbourg as in Toulouse. This was more than mathematical tidiness. It was the assertion of a single national logic, a faith that reason could organize the world. Merchants and housewives, bakers and builders, all would learn the new measures, sometimes with bewilderment, sometimes with pride. The revolution's administrative ambition demanded loyalty, and so it required oaths. All public officials, from mayors to judges, were to swear allegiance not to a king, but to the nation and the law. For many, this was exhilarating, a break with centuries of subordination. But for others, especially in the countryside, it was unsettling, even sacrilegious. The civic oath would soon become a test of conscience for priests and parishioners alike, dividing families and villages. The state's reach was now personal, and the cost of refusal could be exclusion, suspicion, or worse. In the city and the village, these changes remade daily life. Town halls replaced seigneurial manors as the focus of local authority. New officials, often drawn from the ranks of lawyers, merchants, and artisans, took up posts once reserved for nobles or royal appointees. Old rituals, processions, festivals, the ringing of church bells for royal births, gave way to new ceremonies of citizenship and rights. The language of the people and the nation entered parish records and market squares. In a matter of months, the revolution was no longer just a Parisian drama, but a force in every commune and every home. Yet in this new order, cracks were already forming. The seizure of church lands and the demand for civic oaths would soon provoke a crisis of faith and identity. As the Assembly pressed forward, the revolution's administrative ambition collided with the deep loyalties of religion and tradition, setting the stage for a conflict that would fracture France in ways no map could repair. In the spring of 1790, as the National Assembly's fervor to remake France surged onward, a new battleground emerged, not in the streets of Paris or the halls of Versailles, but in the sanctuaries and sacristies of the nation's churches. The Catholic Church, for centuries the spiritual heart of France and the first estate of the old order, now found itself at the mercy of revolutionary legislators who viewed both its wealth and its influence with suspicion. The Assembly, desperate for revenue and eager to subordinate every institution to the will of the nation, had already seized vast church lands and auctioned them to fund the new currency, the assignat. But the real confrontation was yet to come, a direct challenge to the Church's autonomy and its ancient alliance with the Crown. On July 12, 1790, the National Assembly passed the Civil Constitution of the Clergy, a sweeping law that would reorder the Church in revolutionary terms. Bishops and priests would from now on be elected by local citizens, lay and clerical alike, rather than appointed by Rome. Dioceses were redrawn to match the new administrative departments. The clergy would be paid by the state and required to swear an oath of loyalty, not to the Pope, but to the nation, the law and the Constitution. For many deputies, this was a triumph of reason over superstition, of national sovereignty over papal interference. Yet for millions of ordinary French men and women, it struck at the very core of their faith and their local world. The Assembly's demand for an oath of loyalty set off a crisis that reached from the gilded chapels of Paris to the smallest rural parish. In November, the decree was made law. Every priest and bishop must swear the oath or forfeit their positions. The response was immediate and deeply divided. In the West and South, especially in Brittany, the Vendée, and the deeply Catholic countryside, priests hesitated, agonized, and, in great numbers, refused. Of France's 135 bishops, only 7 took the oath. Among the parish priests, cures, perhaps half or fewer complied, often under duress or with heavy hearts. The rest, the so-called refractory or non-juring clergy, held fast to Rome and their vows, denouncing the oath as heresy. Suddenly the parish, once the center of village life, the site of baptisms and burials, festivals and solace, became a place of suspicion and fracture. In many villages, the new constitutional priest, sent by the state, arrived to find locked doors, empty pews, or open hostility. Families who had worshipped together now found themselves on opposite sides, those who accepted the new order and those who clung to the old faith. Refractory priests, banned from their pulpits, continued to minister in secret, holding clandestine masses in barns, woods, or private homes. The devout smuggled them food and news, risking arrest or worse, convinced that the salvation of their souls depended on the true sacraments. The crisis was not merely religious, it was political, social, and intensely personal. For the Assembly, resistance to the oath was evidence of counter-revolution, a threat to the unity and sovereignty of the nation. For the faithful, the state's intrusion into the church was sacrilege, a sign that the revolution had gone too far. In some towns, violence erupted as communities split along lines of faith and loyalty. Rumors swirled of miracles, of statues weeping, of God's wrath descending on oath-takers. In the Vendée, the seeds of future rebellion were sown as refractory priests became symbols of both religious and royalist resistance. The king himself, a pious man, hesitated and wavered. Louis XVII delayed signing the civil constitution for as long as he could, torn between his duty as king of the French and his conscience as a Catholic. When he finally gave way, many saw it as a capitulation, a further sign that the monarchy, like the church, was now subject to the will of the assembly. By the spring of 1791, France was a nation divided not only by politics, but by altar and conscience. The oath had turned the church from a pillar of the old regime into a crucible of counter-revolution. The revolution, in its quest for unity, had instead fractured the very communities it sought to bind together. The question now loomed: could a constitutional monarchy survive in a nation where faith and law, nation and church, were at bitter odds? The fragile hope of national reconciliation would soon be put to the test. In the summer of 1790, the heart of Paris beat with a nervous hope. The monarchy had not fallen, but it had been transformed. The king no longer ruled by divine right. He reigned, at least in theory, by the will of a sovereign nation. In this fragile middle ground, two men stood as symbols of the new order. Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the learned astronomer who now served as mayor of Paris, and the Marquis de Lafayette, the hero of two worlds, commander of the National Guard. Their task was to hold together a city and a country, perched between the old certainties and the unknown promises of revolution. The National Guard itself was a new creation, born from the chaos of July 1789. It was a citizens' militia, uniformed in blue, white, and red, the tricolor that would soon become the flag of France. Lafayette, idolized for his American exploits, was chosen as its general. His presence reassured moderates and frightened radicals. He was both the protector of the king and the defender of the people. In the streets, the guard patrolled with an uneasy vigilance, keeping watch over bread queues, political clubs, and the ever-restless crowds of Paris. Bailly, dignified and cautious, tried to balance the demands of order and liberty, his every decision scrutinized by pamphleteers and café orators. As the National Assembly labored over the first French Constitution, a new kind of politics blossomed in the capital. Clubs sprang up across Paris, each with its own vision of the nation's future. The Jacobins met in the former library of a Dominican monastery, their debates open to any man who could pay the modest dues. The Cordeliers, more radical still, welcomed not only deputies but artisans and journalists. Voices like Danton and Desmoulins shaping the city's mood. These clubs were crucibles of opinion, rumor, and ambition, their influence spreading through pamphlets and newspapers that multiplied with every week. For the first time, politics in France belonged to anyone with the will to speak or print. Newspapers became weapons and lifelines. Marat's L'Ami du Peuple thundered against aristocrats and suspected traitors, while moderate sheets pleaded for calm and constitutional compromise. The press, once tightly censored, now flooded the city with news and invective, turning every Parisian into a participant in the nation's fate. In this ferment, the king himself seemed adrift. Louis XVI, living at the Tuileries under the watchful eyes of the National Guard, gave public assent to reforms he deeply mistrusted. He wore the tricolour cockade, received delegations, and played the part of a constitutional monarch. But his private doubts were an open secret. The high point of this hope for reconciliation came on July 14, 1790, the first anniversary of the Bastille's fall. On the vast Champ de Mars, under grey summer skies, the Fête de la Fédération unfolded as a national act of unity. Delegates from every department, soldiers, citizens, and the king himself gathered on a colossal altar of the fatherland. Lafayette, astride a white horse, led the National Guard in an oath to the nation, the law, and the king. Louis, standing with Marie Antoinette and their son, pledged his loyalty to the new constitution before a sea of cheering citizens. For a moment, it seemed as if the wounds of the past year might be healed by shared ritual and a new civic faith. Yet beneath the surface, fractures widened. The clubs grew restless, their debates sharper and their distrust of the court more intense. Newspapers whispered of royal intrigues and foreign plots. In the provinces, refractory priests defied the civil constitution of the clergy, and peasant unrest simmered. The National Guard itself, meant to be a force of moderation, was divided. Some units loyal to Lafayette's vision, others drawn to more radical leaders. The king's gestures of goodwill could not erase the memory of his earlier resistance, nor the suspicion that he hoped for foreign rescue. As the summer faded, the constitutional monarchy stood on a knife's edge. The Assembly's reforms had created new freedoms, but also new anxieties. The people of Paris, empowered and alert, watched their king as much as they watched each other. Lafayette and Bailly, symbols of the revolution's middle path, found themselves struggling to hold together the promise of reconciliation. In the salons and cafes, in the barracks and the bakeries, the question lingered. Could France's ancient crown and its awakened nation truly share a future? Unseen, the forces of mistrust and fear gathered strength, soon to be tested by a single night's desperate flight. June 20th, 1791. In the deep blue of a Parisian night, the royal family slips from the Tuileries palace, disguised and desperate. Louis XVI, the most scrutinized man in France, exchanges his velvet for the plain coat of a valet. Marie Antoinette, veiled and anxious, shepherds her children into a waiting coach. Their destination, the border fortress of Montmédy, where loyal troops await. Their hope, to escape the revolution's grip and rally Frenchmen still faithful to the crown. For months, the king has chafed under his gilded captivity, resentful of the limits imposed by the National Assembly. Now, with the civil constitution of the clergy dividing the nation and Paris seething with rumor, Louis gambles everything on flight. The escape is meticulously planned, but fatally flawed. The royal party's coach, heavy and ostentatious, lumbers through the countryside, drawing attention. At each relay, delays pile up. The king's face, stamped on every coin in France, is not easily concealed. In the small town of Sainte-Menehould, a local postmaster named Jean-Baptiste Drouet recognizes the portly Monsieur Durand as none other than Louis himself. Drouet rides ahead to Varennes, alerting the National Guard. As the royal family arrives, exhausted and hungry, they find the bridge blocked, the town awake, and their way barred by armed citizens. The confrontation in Varennes is tense and surreal. The king, once the living symbol of authority, now pleads for passage with anxious townsmen. Marie Antoinette, her composure fraying, tries persuasion and threats. But the townspeople, emboldened by revolutionary decree, refuse to yield. The Assembly's decrees and the language of rights now have more weight than royal commands. As dawn breaks, the royal family is placed under arrest. Their journey, meant to restore the monarchy's power, instead exposes its impotence. Word spreads with lightning speed. In Paris, the news strikes like a thunderclap. Crowds gather at the Tuileries, staring at the empty windows. Deputies in the National Assembly grapple with disbelief and dread. The king, who had sworn loyalty to the new constitution, has betrayed his oath. The fragile trust that underpinned the constitutional monarchy shatters in an instant. Even moderates like Lafayette and Bailly, who had staked their reputations on the king's goodwill, are left scrambling for explanations. The return to Paris is a spectacle of humiliation. The royal family, once borne in gilded carriages, now travels under armed escort, jeered by silent, stony crowds. National guards ring the coach, their bayonets pointed inward as much as outward. The assembly orders that no one salute or insult the king. The people comply with a chilling silence. The journey is slow, deliberate, and public, a living tableau of royal disgrace. Inside the assembly, debate rages. Some, desperate to preserve the illusion of monarchy, insist the king was kidnapped by counter-revolutionaries. Pamphlets circulate wild theories. But the evidence, letters, maps, the king's own hand, makes denial impossible. Louis issues a written declaration justifying his flight as a protest against revolutionary anarchy and the church's persecution. But these words, far from soothing the public, only confirm his alienation from the new France. Parisian opinion hardens overnight. The king's attempted flight is not merely a political error, it is a moral rupture. For centuries, the king had been the father of the nation, the sacred center of unity. Now he is seen as a traitor, willing to abandon his people and invite foreign armies. Crowds gather at the Palais Royal, reading aloud the king's declaration and responding with anger, scorn, and fear. The radical press, Marat's L'Ami du Peuple, Desmoulins' Révolution de France et de Brabant, seize the moment, calling for a republic. The Varennes episode marks a point of no return. The monarchy's moral authority collapses, its legitimacy bled away not by violence but by the king's own hand. The constitutional experiment is mortally wounded. In the clubs and cafes, talk turns from reform to rupture. The people who once demanded only bread and rights now question whether a king is needed at all. In the weeks to come, Paris will become a city on edge as new divisions tear through the revolutionary camp, and the question of the king's fate becomes the question of the nation itself. The summer of 1791 found Paris restless and raw. The king's failed flight to Varennes had shattered the fragile trust between monarch and nation. Louis XVI, returned under guard, was no longer the father of the people, but a suspect under surveillance. In the assembly, deputies debated whether a constitutional monarchy could survive betrayal. But on the streets, the public mood was shifting from disappointment to something harder, a demand for the birth of a republic and the end of royal lies. It was in this tense atmosphere that the radical clubs, Jacobins, Cordeliers, and their allies began to circulate petitions. The most famous, drafted by the Cordeliers and signed by thousands, called for the king's abdication and the creation of a republic. On July 17, 1791, Parisians gathered on the Champ de Mars, the broad parade ground where, just a year earlier, they had celebrated the Fête de la Fédération and the unity of king and people. Now the mood was different. The crowd was thick with artisans, workers, and women, many convinced that the king's escape attempt proved the monarchy could not be trusted with liberty. At the heart of the demonstration stood a wooden altar, the altar of the fatherland, where citizens queued to sign the Republican petition. Rumors raced through the crowd of royalist plots, of arrests, of foreign armies massing at the borders. Tension simmered. The municipal authorities, led by Mayor Bailly and Lafayette, commander of the National Guard, feared the demonstration could tip into violence. The assembly, desperate to preserve order, declared martial law, and sent the National Guard to disperse the gathering. As the afternoon heat bore down, the confrontation turned deadly. Lafayette's men, facing a crowd they had once hailed as fellow patriots, fired into the mass of demonstrators. Panic erupted. Some fled, others fell. The Champ de Mars, once a field of unity, became a ground of blood and accusation. Later estimates counted at least a dozen dead, with many more wounded, though rumors would multiply the toll in the telling. For the first time, the revolution had turned its guns on the people in the name of public order. The shock of the massacre sent tremors through the revolutionary movement. The left, already divided by the king's attempted escape, now split along lines of principle and fear. The moderate constitutional monarchists, who would soon form the Feuillants Club, rallied around the need for stability. They argued that the revolution had gone far enough, that the king's powers should be limited but preserved, and that popular violence threatened to plunge France into chaos. The Feuillants, led by figures like Antoine Barnave and Adrien Duport, sought compromise and order, hoping to rein in the clubs and restore calm. The radicals, by contrast, were outraged. The Jacobin Club itself fractured. Moderates left to join the Feuillants, while those who remained, Robespierre, Desmoulins, and the Cordeliers, denounced the massacre as betrayal. The Cordeliers, always the most populist and suspicious of authority, saw in the Champ de Mars a warning that those who claimed to speak for the nation could turn on the people in an instant. Pamphlets, posters, and clandestine meetings kept Republican hopes alive beneath the surface, even as the authorities cracked down. In the weeks that followed, repression swept Paris. Clubs were closed, agitators arrested, printers harassed. Bailly and Lafayette, once heroes, found themselves condemned by radicals as traitors to the cause. The revolutionary press split. Some papers called for calm, others for vengeance. The people of Paris, who had so often been the engine of change, now found themselves watched and contained by the very National Guard they had helped to arm. Yet the events at the Champ de Mars did not end the revolutionary impulse. They transformed it. The dream of a united revolution where all patriots marched together was gone. In its place stood suspicion, faction, and the first taste of revolutionary bloodshed, not against the old regime, but within the movement itself. The left was now irreparably split between those who clung to constitutional monarchy and those who demanded a republic at any cost. As summer faded, France faced a new reality. The revolution was no longer a single rising tide, but a sea of contending currents. The wounds of the Champ de Mars would not heal quickly. Instead, they would deepen as the struggle for France's future moved from the streets of Paris to the fields of Europe, and the revolution's divisions became weapons in a coming war. Spring 1792. A chill lingers over Paris, but the air inside the assembly crackles with agitation. The revolution, which began as a gamble for liberty, now faces a new wager: war. Across the Rhine, the crowned heads of Europe watch France with a mixture of horror and calculation. Austria and Prussia, alarmed at the fate of Louis XVI and the spread of radical ideas, prepare their armies. In the salons and drawing rooms of Koblenz, French émigré nobles, once the lords of the land, now exiles, plot with foreign ministers. They dream of returning at the head of foreign legions, restoring the old order by force of arms. The revolutionaries know these threats well. Each pamphlet and newspaper stokes the fear of invasion, of Paris ringed by bayonets and the guillotine replaced by the gallows. Inside the Legislative Assembly, the Girondins seize the moment. Led by the passionate, sharp-tongued Jacques-Pierre Brissot, they argue that only war can save the revolution. To Brissot and his allies, Austria's threats are a test of France's courage and resolve. War, they claim, will unmask traitors at home, unite the nation, and spread liberty across Europe. The Girondins believe the people will rise as one, and that oppressed subjects everywhere will welcome French armies as liberators. Their speeches echo through the high-ceilinged chamber, stirring applause and dread in equal measure. Yet not all revolutionary leaders agree. Robespierre, wary and clear-eyed, warns that war will strengthen the monarchy and invite disaster. He sees in the Girondins' enthusiasm a reckless optimism, a blindness to the dangers of foreign armies and domestic betrayal. But the tide is turning. The king's ministers, secretly encouraged by Louis XVI himself, see opportunity in war. If France is defeated, royal authority might be restored by foreign arms. If victorious, the king could claim glory as the savior of the nation. In the shadows of the Tuileries, Louis and Marie Antoinette exchange letters with Austria, hedging their bets, hoping that war will break the revolutionary fever. On April 20, 1792, the Assembly votes. With Brissot at the podium, the deputies declare war on the King of Bohemia and Hungary, Austria. Bells ring out across Paris, crowds gather in the squares, some cheering, some anxious. The drums of the National Guard beat a martial rhythm as volunteers prepare to march east. But the reality of war is harsher than revolutionary rhetoric. The French army, hollowed by emigration and distrust of its officers, is a shadow of its former self. Many generals are nobles, suspected of royalist sympathies, some secretly corresponding with the enemy. The rank and file are raw, ill-equipped, and uncertain whom to trust. The first campaigns are a debacle. French columns cross into the Austrian Netherlands in confusion. Some units, confronted by the enemy or even rumors of enemy approach, break ranks and flee. At Lille, General Dillon's troops panic and murder their own commander, convinced he is a traitor. Reports of defeat and disorder race back to Paris, feeding a frenzy of suspicion. Was the army sabotaged from within? Are the king and his court conspiring with the enemy? Each setback deepens the sense of crisis. In the clubs and cafes, the language grows sharper. The Girondins blame the failures on royalist treachery. Jacobins and Cordeliers denounce the king as the revolution's secret enemy. Newspapers publish lists of suspected traitors. Rumors swirl that the Tuileries is in secret communication with Austria. Paris, already tense, becomes a city of whispered accusations and mounting paranoia. The war, meant to unify, instead exposes the revolution's deepest fractures. As Austrian and Prussian armies gather on the frontier, the revolution teeters. The king's ambiguous loyalties, the émigrés' plots, the Girondins' gamble, and the army's collapse combine to push Paris toward its next convulsion. In the streets, the sans-culottes grow restless. At the heart of the city, behind the walls of the Tuileries, the monarchy stands isolated, its fate now bound to the fortunes of war. The storm that began with a declaration in April will soon break over the palace itself. By the summer of 1792, the air in Paris crackled with anxiety and suspicion. The war declared against Austria and Prussia had not delivered the easy victories so many deputies had promised. Instead, the front lines buckled under foreign pressure and rumors of treason. Then, in late July, the city's mood hardened with the arrival of a chilling threat: the Brunswick Manifesto. issued by Charles William Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick and commander of the invading Prussian army, the manifesto warned that if harm befell Louis XVI or his family, Paris would face exemplary and ever memorable vengeance. Far from cowing the revolutionaries, these words were read aloud in the streets, igniting a surge of anger and fear. To many Parisians, the manifesto confirmed what radical journalists and orators had long claimed. The king was collaborating with foreign powers to crush the revolution by force. In this fevered atmosphere, new actors entered the stage. Across France, patriotic volunteers, known as fédérés, marched toward Paris to defend the revolution. Many came from Marseille, their arrival announced by a fierce new anthem that would soon be called La Marseillaise. They joined forces with the Parisiens sans culottes, the working people whose coarse trousers and rough speech had become symbols of popular defiance. These were men and women who had stormed the Bastille, marched to Versailles, and now patrolled the city's sections, demanding the king's removal. Their clubs and assemblies, fueled by cheap wine and radical newspapers, buzzed with talk of conspiracy and the need for decisive action. The Tuileries Palace, where the royal family now lived under the watch of the National Guard, became a fortress in the heart of a city at war with itself. Inside, Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette clung to the rituals of monarchy, but their world was shrinking. The palace was guarded not only by the National Guard, whose loyalty wavered, but by a detachment of Swiss guards, mercenary soldiers famous for their discipline and loyalty to the crown. As tensions rose, the royal court sent desperate messages to foreign allies, hoping for rescue. Outside, crowds gathered daily, jeering at the palace gates and shouting for the king's abdication. On August 9th, the city's sections declared themselves in permanent session. That night, Paris's old municipal government was swept aside by an insurrectionary commune, led by men like Pierre-Louis Manuel and the radical journalist Jacques-René Hébert. By dawn, the fédérés and sans-culottes had massed before the Tuileries, armed with muskets, pikes, and makeshift banners. The National Guard, under the wavering command of men like Mandat, who would be murdered that morning, stood divided, many rank-and-file soldiers unwilling to fire on their fellow citizens. As the morning sun rose on August 10th, the crowd surged forward. The Swiss guards, outnumbered and surrounded, held their ground as long as discipline allowed. But as fighting erupted, chaos overtook the palace. Some guardsmen fired, others tried to negotiate, and the royal family fled through hidden corridors to the nearby Legislative Assembly. There, deputies voted to suspend the king's powers, placing Louis, Marie Antoinette, and their children under arrest in the stone-walled Temple prison. The monarchy, once the axis of France's world, had been rendered powerless by a day of violence and fear. The aftermath was immediate and profound. The red cap of liberty, symbol of the sans-culottes, now dominated the city. The Legislative Assembly, shocked and divided, struggled to maintain order as the insurrectionary commune claimed real control. The Swiss guards who survived were imprisoned or massacred in the confusion, their discipline no match for the fury of a people convinced that the king's defenders were traitors. In the provinces, news of the king's suspension sent shockwaves through towns and villages, splitting families and parishes along lines of faith and loyalty. For the first time, the practical end of monarchy was not only imaginable, but real. The King of France was a prisoner of his own people, his fate uncertain. Paris braced itself for the next storm. The Prussian army marched closer, the prisons filled with those suspected of royalist sympathies, and the revolutionary government teetered between panic and resolve. The question was no longer whether the monarchy could survive, but what would rise in its place, and at what cost. Paris, September 1792. The city is a fortress of fear. In the weeks since the storming of the Tuileries, war has pressed to the gates of France. Prussian and Austrian armies advance from the east, their columns disciplined, their intentions chillingly clear. The Duke of Brunswick's threats still echo. If the royal family is harmed, Paris will be destroyed. In the capital, rumors multiply of traitors, spies, royalist plots, and secret signals. The air is thick with suspicion. Every bell, every distant gunshot, every cry in the street seems a sign that the enemy is near. Inside the Legislative Assembly, the mood is frantic. Georges Danton, newly appointed Minister of Justice, stands before the deputies, his voice hoarse, his manner urgent. "We must dare, and dare again, and go on daring," he declares, rallying the nation to defend itself. Danton's energy is relentless. He calls for mass conscription, for the arrest of suspected counter-revolutionaries, for the people to rise. Outside the sections, Paris's local assemblies answer his call. The city's sans-culottes, artisans and laborers pour into the streets, armed with pikes and muskets, ready to resist not just foreign armies, but enemies within. But the fear of invasion is not abstract. On September 2nd, news arrives that Verdun, the last fortress before Paris, is under siege. The panic is immediate. The assembly orders the ringing of the tocsin, the alarm bell, and the city mobilizes. But as volunteers march east to join the front, another drama unfolds behind closed doors. Paris's prisons are swollen with thousands: royalists, refractory priests, suspected conspirators, and common criminals. To the revolutionary imagination, these prisoners are a fifth column, waiting to rise if the Prussians break through. In the afternoon, a mob descends on the Abbaye prison. The doors are forced open. Trials are improvised, names called, accusations shouted. Some are declared innocent and released, but many are condemned on suspicion alone. The killings begin and soon spread from prison to prison. The force, the conciergerie, la salpêtrière. For 5 days, the city's jails run with violence. Between 1,100 and 1,400 prisoners are killed, including nobles, priests, and ordinary men and women swept up in the terror. The September massacres are not a planned act of government, but a spontaneous eruption of fear and vengeance, an episode that will stain the revolution's conscience and divide its leaders forever. Danton, faced with the bloodshed, does not intervene decisively to stop it. He justifies the violence, arguing that the people, threatened with annihilation, have acted in self-defense. His words are chilling. "Let us be terrible, so the people will not have to be." Others are horrified. The Girondins, the revolution's moderate wing, recoil in moral shock. Abroad, the massacres are seized upon as proof of revolutionary savagery. In London, Edmund Burke denounces the revolution as a descent into anarchy. In Paris, the memory of September will linger, a dark shadow over the months to come. Yet even in the midst of crisis, the machinery of revolution grinds forward. On September 20th, the newly elected National Convention assembles for the first time. Its members are a new generation: lawyers, journalists, doctors, men of the clubs and the barricades. The convention's first act is symbolic and irreversible. On September 21st, They declare the abolition of monarchy. France is now a republic. The centuries-old crown, once the sacred center of the nation, is swept aside by a vote. The king, Louis XVI, is no longer king of the French, but Louis Capet, a prisoner awaiting judgment. The declaration reverberates beyond Paris. Across Europe, monarchs watch in horror as France, the greatest kingdom of Christendom, becomes a republic by the will of its people. Within France, the word citizen replaces subject. The convention promises a new order built on liberty, equality, and fraternity. But the path ahead is uncertain. The republic is born in a crucible of war, suspicion, and blood. As foreign armies close in and the revolution's enemies multiply, the fate of France will be decided not just in the halls of debate, but on the fields where citizen soldiers now gather to defend the new nation. Autumn 1792. France stands at the edge of annihilation. In Paris, the new republic is barely days old, its streets still echoing with the terror of the September massacres and the feverish hope of a nation unshackled from kings. But at the borders, the threat is existential. Prussian and Austrian armies thunder westward, determined to strangle this radical experiment before it can take root. The fate of the revolution, and perhaps the idea of republican liberty itself, hangs in the balance at a muddy crossroads in Champagne, Valmy. On the morning of September 20th, a cold mist clings to the fields around the windmill at Valmy. The French army, hastily assembled and ill-supplied, waits in tense silence. Their ranks are a patchwork of veterans, volunteers, and eager but untested citizens, shoemakers, lawyers, carpenters, and laborers, now soldiers by decree of the nation. They are led by two men whose names will become legend: General Charles-François Dumouriez, bold, ambitious, and shrewdly political, and General François-Christophe Kellermann, a professional soldier with a fierce commitment to the cause. Across the field, the Prussian army under the Duke of Brunswick, disciplined, confident, and disdainful, prepares to sweep aside these armed peasants. The Prussians expect an easy victory, the kind that will send Paris into chaos and restore Louis XVI to his throne. But the French line holds. Kellermann, sensing the moment's gravity, rides before his troops and calls out, "Vive la nation!" The cry surges through the ranks, a defiant roar that drowns out fear and uncertainty. When the Prussian artillery opens fire, the French stand firm, enduring the barrage. Their return fire is ragged but determined. A heavy rain begins to fall, turning the ground to mire and dampening the powder, but not the resolve. The battle itself is brief and indecisive in military terms. Few casualties, no dramatic charges. Yet its psychological impact is seismic. The Prussians, unnerved by the stubborn resistance and the unyielding morale of the French, hesitate. Disease and supply shortages sap their strength. At midday, Brunswick decides to withdraw. The road to Paris remains closed. The French have not only survived, they have repelled the most feared army in Europe. Goethe, present with the Prussian staff, will later write that, "From this place and from this day forth begins a new era in the history of the world." Valmy is more than a battlefield victory. It is a victory of spirit. For the first time, a citizen army, fighting not for a king but for a nation, has stood its ground against the old order. News of the stand races through France. In Paris, the National Convention, meeting for the first time that same day, proclaims the abolition of the monarchy and the birth of the French Republic. The revolution's enemies are not invincible. The people, armed and united, can shape their own destiny. Flush with confidence, Dumouriez turns his gaze north, toward the Austrian Netherlands, modern-day Belgium. The revolutionary armies, emboldened by Valmy, are on the move. On November 6th, near the village of Jemappes, Dumouriez's force of nearly 40,000 faces an Austrian army dug in on the heights. Here, the citizen soldiers are not content to hold the line. They surge forward in waves, singing the Marseillaise and Ça ira, tricolor cockades pinned to their caps, bayonets glinting in the autumn sun. The fighting is fierce and chaotic, but the French press on, their ranks swelled by volunteers and their officers driven by a new sense of possibility. By day's end, the Austrians are in retreat. Jemappes is a clear, resounding victory. The road into Belgium lies open. Revolutionary France, once on the defensive, now advances, promising liberation from tyranny and the spread of republican ideals. In Brussels, Antwerp, Liège, and beyond, the tricolour appears, greeted with a mix of hope, suspicion, and unrest. Valmy and Jemappes transform the revolution's self-image. The citizen soldiers who once trembled at the sound of enemy cannon now march as liberators. The Republic, forged in fear and blood, begins to believe in its own strength. Yet with victory comes new dilemmas. What does it mean to export a revolution? How will the conquered lands respond? And as the armies return in triumph, what fate awaits the deposed king still held in Paris, now stripped of his crown and his name? The revolution has survived its trial by fire, but its greatest moral and political tests are yet to come. Paris, December 1792. The city, already battered by war and suspicion, holds its breath. Inside the cold, cavernous hall of the former Tuileries palace, the National Convention convenes not as a legislature, but as a court. The accused is no longer Louis XVI, King of the French, but Louis Capet, a citizen stripped of crown and dignity. The fate of the monarchy, and perhaps of the revolution itself, now hinges on a trial unlike any in European memory. The evidence is damning, and its most explosive piece comes from deep within the palace itself. On November 20th, revolutionaries discover a hidden iron cabinet, a secret safe embedded in the wall of Louis's private apartments. Inside, they find correspondence with foreign powers, drafts of speeches, and letters to counter-revolutionary figures. The documents reveal a king who, even after swearing loyalty to the Constitution, plotted with émigré nobles and foreign monarchs against his own people. The Iron Cabinet becomes a symbol, not of intrigue alone, but of broken trust. It is now impossible for many to believe that Louis was simply a passive victim of circumstance. The convention's debates are bitter and relentless. The Girondins, led by Vergniaud and Brissot, argue for restraint. They fear that executing the king will plunge France into deeper chaos and make reconciliation with Europe impossible. Some hope for a referendum, a national vote to decide the king's fate, appealing to the country's sense of justice over Paris's thirst for vengeance. Against them stand the Montagnards, the Mountain, led by Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Marat. To them, the king's death is not just punishment, but necessity. As Robespierre declares, Louis must die so that the nation may live. The Montagnards insist that the revolution cannot survive while the spectre of monarchy endures. The trial itself is conducted with a strange blend of legal formality and revolutionary passion. Louis, dignified but isolated, is allowed to answer the charges. He maintains that he acted only for the good of his people, that he never wished for bloodshed or civil war. But his defense is drowned out by the evidence and by the weight of revolutionary suspicion. Deputies recall the king's attempted flight at Varennes, his secret negotiations with Austria, and the massacres that followed. To many, Louis is guilty not just of treason, but of betraying the very idea of the nation. On January 15, 1793, the convention votes. Is Louis Capet guilty? Out of 749 deputies, not one votes for acquittal. The question becomes not guilt, but punishment. The roll call lasts through the night. Each deputy must rise and declare his verdict, name by name, in full view of the nation. Some weep, others speak with trembling conviction. The Girondins plead for mercy or imprisonment. The Montagnards, with steely resolve, demand death. The final tally, 361 for execution, 360 against. By the slimmest of margins, the king is condemned. The execution is set for January 23rd. Paris is tense, the air thick with anticipation and dread. On the morning of his death, Louis is escorted from the Temple prison to the Place de la Révolution. He attempts to speak to the crowd, proclaiming his innocence and forgiveness, but the drums drown him out. The blade falls, and with it, 1,000 years of monarchy ends. The crowd is silent for a moment, then erupts, not in joy, but in a stunned, uncertain roar. Across Europe, the news spreads like wildfire. Monarchs recoil in horror. Even those who despised Louis's weakness are appalled by the spectacle of regicide. In London, Vienna, Madrid, and Berlin, the courts see the execution not as justice, but as a declaration of war on kings everywhere. Alliances harden. The first coalition against revolutionary France gathers strength, and the armies of Europe prepare to march. Inside France, the king's death does not bring peace. Instead, it deepens the revolution's crisis. For the convention, the act is both liberation and curse. The monarchy is gone, but so too is any hope of easy reconciliation with the old order. The republic now stands alone, encircled and imperiled, forced to defend itself not only from foreign armies, but from the consequences of its own radical resolve. The next phase of the struggle will be fought on every frontier, of borders, of politics, and of conscience. Across Europe, the execution of Louis XVII in January 1793 landed like a thunderclap. The crowned heads of the continent, already uneasy at the spread of French revolutionary ideas, now faced a republic that had not only overthrown its king, but sent him to the scaffold. In London, Vienna, Berlin, and Madrid, the regicide was seen not as the end of a French quarrel, but as a summons to arms. Within weeks, the governments of Britain, Spain, the Dutch Republic, Austria, and Prussia, some of them centuries-old rivals, set aside their differences to form the First Coalition, a military alliance bent on crushing the French Republic and restoring the old order. For the revolutionaries in Paris, the threat was existential. The National Convention, having declared France a republic, now found itself surrounded by hostile powers on every frontier. In the north, British and Dutch troops massed in Flanders, threatening the rich cities of Lille and Dunkirk. To the east, Austrian and Prussian armies pressed into the Rhineland, seeking to avenge their humiliation at Valmy and drive the revolutionaries back across the Meuse. In the south, Spanish forces crossed the Pyrenees, hoping to reclaim the old Bourbon alliance and perhaps a piece of French territory. Even at sea, the Royal Navy tightened its blockade, strangling French trade and starving the ports of Marseille and Bordeaux. The Republic's enemies were not only foreign. The execution of the king deepened the fissures within France itself. Royalist émigrés, many now in arms on the borders or in foreign courts, plotted with their hosts to topple the new government. In the countryside, especially in the deeply Catholic West, rumors of forced conscription and attacks on the church fueled resistance. The Convention's authority, so recently declared sovereign, was fragile beyond the Seine and the Rhône. Within Paris, the emergency was palpable. The Convention declared the patrie en danger, the fatherland in danger. The call went out for volunteers, and thousands of young men, artisans and peasants left their homes to defend the revolution. But enthusiasm could not fill the arsenals. The economy buckled under the strain. Assignats, the revolutionary paper money, lost value by the day. Prices soared, bread became scarce, and the specter of famine hovered over the capital. Merchants hoarded grain, while the sans-culottes demanded price controls and accused the wealthy of treason. The Convention responded with the law of the maximum, setting ceilings on basic goods, but enforcement was uneven and resentment grew. On the war fronts, the situation was desperate. In early 1793, French armies reeled from defeat after defeat. At Neerwinden in March, the Austrians routed General Dumouriez, the hero of Valmy and Jemmapes. Humiliated, Dumouriez defected to the enemy, taking several deputies hostage and sending shockwaves through the Convention. In the south, the Spanish seized the fortress of Bellegarde. In the east, Mainz was besieged. In the north, the Allies captured Condé and Valenciennes. The specter of foreign invasion was no longer a threat, but a daily reality. In the Convention, panic bred suspicion. Who could be trusted? Was the Republic being betrayed from within? Economic warfare compounded the crisis. The British blockade cut off colonial sugar and coffee, driving up prices and spreading unemployment in the port cities. The assignats' collapse wiped out savings and left the poor desperate. The Committee of Public Safety, a new emergency executive, began to centralize control, searching for traitors and tightening surveillance. Revolutionary tribunals sprang up in the departments, tasked with rooting out counter-revolution and enforcing loyalty. The language of the revolution grew harsher, the rhetoric of fraternity giving way to vigilance and suspicion. Yet even as France's enemies closed in, the Republic would not yield. In Paris, the Convention vowed to defend liberty or perish. The levée en masse, the mass conscription of citizens, was already being debated, a measure that would transform not only the war, but the very idea of what it meant to be French. The old logic of dynastic armies and limited war was giving way to something new, a nation in arms fighting for its own survival. But as the Republic strained every sinew to hold its borders, a new and even more dangerous struggle was erupting within. Civil war, driven by faith, fear, and the wounds of revolution, was about to tear the heart out of France itself. Spring 1793. France, already at war with nearly all of Europe, now faces a new and more intimate enemy: itself. The revolution, so recently triumphant in Paris, is tearing at the seams in the provinces. The National Convention's decrees, universal conscription, harsh taxes, the civil constitution of the clergy, collide with centuries-old loyalties and local ways of life. The tricolour flag is now carried not only against foreign kings, but against fellow Frenchmen. Nowhere is this rupture more violent than in the Vendée, a patchwork of villages and bocage hedgerows on the Atlantic coast. Here, the revolution's promises of liberty fall flat against a deeply Catholic royalist countryside. When the convention orders a mass levy of 300,000 men in March, the region erupts. Peasants, artisans, and priests, many refusing the oath to the new state church, take up hunting rifles, scythes, and old swords. Their leaders emerge from the local gentry: Jacques Catelineau, a pious carter; François de Charette, a former naval officer; and the dashing Henri de la Roche-Jacquelin, barely 20 years old. Their white cockades, the color of the Bourbon monarchy, signal defiance. The insurgents call themselves the Catholic and Royal Army. Their cry, "For God and the King." The Vendée's war is brutal and deeply personal. Republican officials, blues in their uniforms, are ambushed in lanes and villages. Priests loyal to Rome bless rebel banners and march at the head of columns. In reprisal, the convention sends columns of troops, the infernal columns, to pacify the West with fire and force. The conflict becomes a war of extermination, leaving shattered hamlets and mass graves. The Vendée is not just a battlefield, but a wound in the heart of the revolution, a rebellion of faith, family, and memory against the leveling ambition of Paris. But the Vendée is only the most famous front in a wider civil war. Across the south, great cities rise in revolt, not for the king, but against the iron hand of the Jacobin-dominated convention. In Lyon, silk workers and merchants, long proud of their city's autonomy, reject the radicalization of Paris. When the convention arrests Girondin deputies, moderate Republicans with Federalist sympathies, Lyon declares itself in rebellion. The National Guard splits, barricades go up, and the city becomes a fortress. The convention brands Lyon a nest of counter-revolution. Lyon made war on liberty. Saint-Just will later declare, Lyon is no more. The southern ports of Marseille, Bordeaux, and Toulon echo with similar unrest. Marseille, birthplace of the anthem now called La Marseillaise, turns its guns against the convention, demanding local self-government and the return of the Girondins. In Bordeaux, merchants and planters fear both Jacobin terror and economic ruin. Toulon, the Navy's jewel, goes further still. The city's royalists open their gates to a British fleet, inviting foreign occupation in the hope of restoring the monarchy. The tricolour is torn down from Toulon's ramparts, replaced by the white flag of the Bourbons. At the root of much of this fury lies the revolution's assault on religion. The civil constitution of the clergy, which forced priests to swear loyalty to the Republic, has split parishes and families. In the Vendée, Mass is celebrated in secret, and refractory priests are hidden in barns and forests. For many, the Republic's secular laws feel like sacrilege. The convention's attempts to enforce its vision, closing churches, seizing bells, and punishing dissent, only deepen the sense of invasion. Conscription, too, is a spark to powder. For generations, military service had been a fate reserved for the unlucky or the poor. Now, every able-bodied man is called to fight for a distant, abstract republic. In the cities, this breeds panic and draft riots. In the countryside, it inspires armed resistance. The levée en masse, meant to save France from foreign invasion, instead tears the nation apart. These civil wars are not simple tales of royalist versus republican. They are struggles over the shape of France itself, who rules, whose faith is honored, whose voices are heard. Local autonomy, ancient privileges, and the right to worship as one pleases, all are swept into the storm. The convention answers with force, declaring rebels enemies of the people and promising swift, terrible justice. As flames rise from Lyon and the Vendée's fields run red, the revolution's survival hangs in the balance. In Toulon, the fate of the Republic turns on the city's harbor, its forts, and the ambitions of a young artillery officer whose name is not yet known to history, but soon will be. Autumn 1793. France is a nation besieged from without and within. In the south, the Mediterranean port of Toulon has become a microcosm of the revolution's peril. A city in revolt, a harbor surrendered to foreign fleets, and a test of whether the Republic can survive its own civil war. Toulon, long a vital naval base, is now held by royalists and guarded by the guns of Britain and Spain. In August, as the tricolour is torn down and the Union Jack hoisted above the arsenal, the National Convention in Paris recoils in outrage. The loss of Toulon is not just a strategic disaster, it is a wound to revolutionary pride, a threat to the very heart of the French Mediterranean fleet. The convention cannot afford such a humiliation. Orders are given to retake the city at all costs. Republican armies, raw, often poorly supplied, but burning with the zeal of the new France, converge on Toulon. Among their commanders are men forged by months of chaos and improvisation. General Carteau, a former painter, political commissioners like Paul Barras, and newly arrived, a young Corsican artillery captain named Napoleon Bonaparte. He is just 24, with a reputation for ambition and a restless, analytical mind. Toulon will become the crucible in which his destiny and the Republic's fate intertwine. The siege that unfolds is a study in confusion and rivalry. Republican forces surround Toulon, but their attacks are piecemeal and often repulsed. British and Spanish ships dominate the harbor, their cannon controlling the approaches. Inside the city, royalist resistance is desperate, but so too is the fear of Republican vengeance if the city falls. For weeks the siege drags on, a stalemate of mud, disease, and intermittent bombardment. Command fractures, generals bicker, political agents issue contradictory orders, and the artillery, crucial to any hope of success, is neglected. It is here, amid the chaos, that Napoleon Bonaparte first makes his mark. Surveying the terrain, he sees what others miss. The key to Toulon's defense lies not in the city itself, but in the heights above the harbor. The promontory known as the Little Gibraltar. If its fortifications can be taken, the Anglo-Spanish fleet will be forced to withdraw, and the city's fate sealed. Bonaparte throws himself into action, scrounging equipment, persuading skeptical superiors, and personally overseeing the emplacements of batteries. His energy is relentless, his confidence infectious. He sketches plans late into the night, harangues engineers and gunners, and, when needed, leads from the front. The turning point comes in December. After weeks of preparation, Republican forces, with Bonaparte's batteries raining fire, storm the key forts. The assault is brutal and uncertain, but the French prevail. British Admiral Hood, recognizing the harbor is lost, orders a hurried evacuation. In their retreat, the British and Spanish torch the French fleet. A blow to French naval power, but the city itself is reclaimed for the Republic. The tricolour rises again over Toulon. Bonaparte, wounded in the thigh but triumphant, is promoted on the spot to brigadier general. His name, once obscure outside Corsican circles, now echoes in the corridors of Paris. The fall of Toulon is more than a military victory. It is a signal that the Republic, for all its internal strife and external enemies, can still produce men of action, men whose talents might have gone unnoticed in the old order. War, for all its horrors, is remaking the social fabric of France. Nobility of birth is replaced by merit and audacity. Commissions are earned, not bought. The young artillery officer from Ajaccio is living proof. The revolution, in its furnace, is forging new kinds of leaders. Yet the recapture of Toulon comes at a cost. The city is punished for its defection. Executions, reprisals, and suspicion hang in the air. The Convention, desperate for security, grows ever more reliant on extraordinary measures and ruthless commissioners. In Paris, the crisis of war and revolt is sharpening the appetite for decisive government. Power will soon concentrate in the hands of a small committee, armed with sweeping authority to save the revolution by any means necessary. The Republic, victorious at Toulon, is about to become something far more radical and far more terrifying. Paris, April 1793. The National Convention is besieged on all sides by foreign armies, royalist insurgents, economic collapse, and the mounting fear that the revolution itself could be devoured from within. In the galleries, the air vibrates with rumors and accusations. Outside, the sans-culottes demand bread, justice, and the heads of traitors. The machinery of government, stretched and battered, now faces a crisis that threatens to undo the Republic before it can be born. In this crucible, the Convention creates a new instrument, the Committee of Public Safety. 11 men, chosen from the deputies, are given sweeping powers to defend the revolution by all means necessary. The name itself, Committee of Public Safety, hints at the stakes: France's survival or its annihilation. What begins as a temporary emergency measure will soon become the beating heart of a revolutionary dictatorship. At its center stands Maximilien Robespierre. The Incorruptible, as he is called, is a lawyer from Arras, known for his austere virtue and unyielding devotion to the Republic. Robespierre is not the committee's founder, but within months, his will and vision will dominate its deliberations. Alongside him, Georges Danton, the thunderous orator, brings the energy of the Paris streets and a ruthless pragmatism. Lazare Carnot, a mathematician and officer, will become the architect of military salvation, the organizer of victory. Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, barely 26, radiates an icy, youthful fanaticism. He speaks of virtue and necessity with the certainty of a prophet. Bertrand Barrère, a former journalist, becomes the committee's voice, shaping its decrees and propaganda for the embattled nation. The committee's mandate is total: to direct the war effort, suppress internal revolt, root out treason, and ensure the survival of the revolution. The legislative and executive powers of the Convention are, in practice, concentrated into the hands of these few. They meet in secret, often late into the night, in a nondescript room within the Tuileries palace. Papers pile up on battered desks, reports from the front, denunciations from local surveillance committees, lists of suspected traitors, requests for emergency funds. Each day brings new crises: defeats in the Vendée, mutiny in the army, plots in Lyon and Marseille, famine in the cities. To meet these threats, the committee forges an unprecedented system of revolutionary government. Surveillance becomes a civic duty. Across France, local committees of surveillance spring up, staffed by zealous citizens charged with rooting out counter-revolution. The law of suspects, passed in September broadens the definition of enemy, from émigré nobles to suspicious neighbors, former priests, or anyone failing to display sufficient enthusiasm for the Republic. The prisons fill with thousands awaiting judgment. But repression is only one half of the committee's mission. France is surrounded by enemies and riven by civil war. It must be made to fight like never before. Carnot, tireless and methodical, reorganizes the armies. He travels from front to front, dismissing incompetent generals, promoting talent regardless of birth. He orders the mass production of arms, requisitions horses and supplies, and pushes the nation toward a war economy. Saint-Just, dispatched to the armies as a representative on mission, delivers stark ultimatums to wavering officers: victory or death. The committee's decrees reach into every village, every workshop, every home. The executive power now radiates from the committee. Ministers are reduced to clerks. The convention itself becomes, more and more, a body that ratifies what the committee proposes. Barère's reports, delivered before the deputies, set the tone for the nation. The language is urgent, sometimes apocalyptic. France must become one and indivisible, or perish. The revolution, once a promise of liberty, now demands unity, vigilance, and sacrifice. Yet even as power concentrates, divisions persist. Danton, initially the soul of energy, soon grows wary of the machine he helped build. Robespierre, increasingly isolated by his own purity, suspects conspiracy everywhere. The committee's members argue fiercely over policy, over the limits of terror, over the meaning of virtue itself. But the logic of emergency allows little time for doubt. The Republic, they believe, is surrounded by daggers, within and without. By the autumn of 1793, the Committee of Public Safety stands at the apex of French power, directing armies, dictating laws, and shaping the very definition of citizenship. France, hungry, exhausted, but unyielding, is transformed into a nation in arms. The revolution's survival now depends on the ability of the committee to mobilize every resource, every citizen, for the struggle ahead. And as the shadow of invasion deepens, a new decree will soon call on all the people of France to rise as one. Spring 1793. The French Republic stands at bay, beset on all sides by foreign armies and torn within by revolt. The Convention, battered by defeats and rebellion, faces a question no king of France ever dared. Can the nation itself become an army? On August 23rd, the deputies answer with a decree that echoes through history: the levée en masse. In the words of the law, from this moment until its enemies have been driven from the territory of the Republic, all Frenchmen are in permanent requisition for the service of the armies. For the first time, not just soldiers, but the entire people are called to war. The levée en masse is not a mere draft. It is a revolution in mobilization. The young and able-bodied are swept into the ranks. By year's end, over 700,000 men march under tricolour banners, the largest army Europe has ever seen. But the decree goes further. Married men forge weapons and transport supplies. Women sew tents and uniforms, nurse the wounded, and cast musket balls in makeshift workshops. Children tear linen for bandages. The old are sent to public squares to stir up courage and patriotism. The Republic demands not only blood, but sweat, skill, and voice, every sinew of the nation bent toward survival. In Paris, the clatter of industry drowns out the old rhythms of city life. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, once a neighborhood of cabinet makers and artisans, becomes a hive of war production. Blacksmiths hammer out sabers and bayonets. Women, some widows, some wives of soldiers, crowd into the arsenal and the money, pouring molten lead into bullet molds, their hands stained with powder and grease. At the Gobelins tapestry works, looms once reserved for royal luxury now churn out coarse cloth for uniforms and tents. The city's great foundries roar day and night, casting cannon that bear the proud inscription, "Liberty, Equality, Fraternity." Patriotic pressure fuels this transformation. Revolutionary clubs plaster the walls with posters demanding vigilance and sacrifice. The Cordeliers thunder that to hesitate is treason. The Jacobins hail the mothers who give up sons and silver for the fatherland. Newspapers like Le Père Duchesne mock the lukewarm and exalt the heroic. In the streets, women form patriotic societies. Some, like Pauline Léon and Claire Lacombe, demand arms for themselves. Others, like the Society of Revolutionary Republican Women, urge their sisters to shame the reluctant into service. The line between home and battlefield blurs, as the Republic's survival becomes a matter for every hearth. Behind the front lines, the task of turning this human tide into effective armies falls to Lazare Carnot, the organizer of victory. A former engineer with a relentless mind for logistics, Carnot joins the Committee of Public Safety and sets about imposing order. He standardizes recruitment, dispatches inspectors to root out corruption, and reorganizes the supply system. Under his direction, the chaos of requisition becomes a mobile machine. Horses, wagons, boots, bread, and powder are counted, requisitioned, and sent to the front. Carnot's relentless dispatches, sometimes a dozen in a day, demand updates from every general and quartermaster. He replaces aristocratic officers with those who proved themselves in battle, promoting men like Jourdan, Hoche, and Marceau from obscurity to command. For the first time, talent, not birth, determines rank. The levée en masse transforms French war itself, no longer the preserve of mercenaries and professional soldiers. The armies of the Republic are filled with citizens who fight not for pay, but for the nation they imagine is being born. Songs echo through the camps, La Marseillaise, Ça ira, voices rough with hope and fear. The new armies are ragged, ill-equipped, sometimes mutinous, but they are driven by a sense of purpose their enemies struggle to comprehend. The old world looks on, aghast, as France seems to conjure endless battalions from her soil, each man and woman a thread in the vast tapestry of national war. This is the birth of modern total war. The Republic's enemies will soon feel its force, as the frontiers of France become the testing ground for a new kind of mobilization, and the fate of the revolution hangs on the courage of its citizen armies. As the drums of the levée en masse echo from Paris to the Rhine, the Republic prepares to hold its ground, or perish. The year is 1793. France is encircled by enemies and racked by civil war. Yet, as the levée en masse calls the nation to arms, the battered French Republic begins to hold its ground. The frontiers, once porous and vulnerable, become the testing ground for the new order's survival. In the north, near the wind-swept fields of Flanders, the battered army of the north braces itself against British, Dutch, and Austrian forces. September brings the Battle of Honschuter. Here, General Jean-Nicolas Houchard, an unremarkable officer elevated by necessity, leads a polyglot force of regulars and volunteers. The British, under the Duke of York, threaten Dunkirk, a vital port. French columns, ragged but swelling with new conscripts, advance through rain and mud. For 3 days, the two sides clash in fields and villages. The French, driven by the Convention's orders and the spectre of defeat, finally force the British to withdraw. Dunkirk is saved. The north holds. To the east, on the rolling meadows of Wattignies in October, another crisis unfolds. The Austrians, under Prince Josias of Saxe-Coburg, besiege Maubeuge, a gateway into France. General Jourdan, newly promoted and watched by the stern gaze of Lazare Carnot, the organizer of victory from the Committee of Public Safety, gathers an army swollen with volunteers and hastily trained men. The attack is desperate and nearly breaks, but Carnot, present on the field, rallies the wavering, and in a swirling 2-day battle, the French overwhelm the Austrians. Maubeuge is relieved. For the first time, the Republic's armies have shown they can not only survive, but win. The Pyrenees, too, become a proving ground. Spanish armies cross the border, hoping to exploit France's distraction. The mountain war is brutal, fought among ravines and rocky passes. Yet here, too, the Republic's new armies, often led by officers risen from obscurity, begin to push the invaders back. The army of the Eastern Pyrenees, under General Dugommier, eventually retakes lost ground. In the west, the army of the Western Pyrenees, after early setbacks, stabilizes the front. The revolution's enemies are kept at bay, and the Republic's southern border holds. Along the Rhine, the struggle is equally fierce. The Austrians and Prussians threaten Alsace, a region vital for its grain and its symbolism. Strasbourg, with its medieval spires and revolutionary tricolor, becomes a fortress. Representatives on mission, deputies sent from the Convention with sweeping powers, demand loyalty and vigilance. General Pichegru, once a schoolteacher, now commands the Army of the Rhine. Discipline is harsh, but the army holds. In the winter of 1793, French forces retake Wissembourg and drive the enemy back across the river. The Rhine for now is secure, but it is at Fleurus in June 1794 that the Republic's new military system proves its full power. The army of the Sambre-et-Meuse, commanded by Jourdan and watched by the relentless Saint-Just, faces a coalition army determined to break through to Paris. The French, now drilled and supplied by the Revolution's war economy, fight under the shadow of a hydrogen observation balloon, a symbol of the Republic's embrace of science and innovation. The battle rages for hours. French columns, led by young officers like Marceau and Championnet, withstand everything the coalition can throw at them. By nightfall, the enemy is in retreat. Fleurus is a decisive victory. The Austrian Netherlands, modern Belgium, begins to fall into French hands. Each battlefield victory is more than a military fact. It is a political lifeline. In Paris, the Convention and the Committee of Public Safety seize on the news. Victory justifies the revolution's sacrifices. The levée en masse, the surveillance, the grim measures of the terror, all are vindicated, at least for now, by the army's success. Confidence grows among the Montagnards, who claim the revolution's ideals are not mere words, but a force remaking Europe. The Girondins, once the champions of war, now find themselves increasingly marginalized as the radical center consolidates its power. Yet, with the frontiers holding, new tensions emerge within the revolution's heart. The question of who truly speaks for the Republic, who is pure, who is suspect, grows sharper. On the battlefield, the Republic has earned its right to exist. But in Paris, the struggle for the soul of the revolution is only growing fiercer. As factions prepare for a new round of confrontation, suspicion, and blood. In the spring of 1793, the French Revolution's engine of hope and terror shuddered with a new internal violence. The National Convention, battered by foreign invasion and civil war, was now split by a feud that would shape the fate of the Republic. On one side stood the Girondins, eloquent moderate deputies from the provinces, wary of Parisian extremism and desperate to preserve the revolution from devouring itself. Opposing them were the Montagnards, the Mountain, named for their high seats in the convention. Led by men like Robespierre, Danton, and Marat, the Montagnards drew their strength from the radical clubs and the restless, angry crowds of Paris. The revolution had become a struggle not just against kings, but between visions of the future. And the city itself was now a weapon. The Girondins, led by figures such as Brissot and Vergniaud, championed a federalist vision. They feared the growing power of Paris, the sans-culottes, and the radical press. They called for order, legal process, and the rights of the provinces. But to the Montagnards and to the revolutionary crowds, these were the words of hesitation, even betrayal. Paris was hungry, the war was going badly, and rumors of treason swirled through the streets. Jean-Paul Marat, the friend of the people, made sure of it. In his newspaper, L'Ami du Peuple, Marat denounced Girondin leaders as traitors, enemies of the revolution, men who would let the Republic die rather than risk their own safety. By late May, the tension was unbearable. The National Convention itself became a battleground. Outside, the Paris Commune and the armed sections, the neighborhood militias, demanded the arrest of Girondin deputies. Inside, speeches grew fevered. Robespierre thundered that the people had the right to rise against their representatives. On 2 June 1793, thousands of National Guardsmen and sans-culottes surrounded the convention. Cannons pointed at the doors. The deputies were prisoners in their own house. Under pressure and threat, the convention voted to arrest 29 leading Girondins. The revolution, born in the name of liberty, had turned on its own children. The moderate dream of 1789 was over. The Republic now belonged to the Mountain and to the city. Paris exulted, but in the provinces the reaction was swift and furious. Cities like Lyon, Bordeaux, and Marseille rose in revolt, protesting the dominance of Paris and the purge of their deputies. Civil war flared, and the Republic's survival grew even more precarious. Meanwhile, in the capital, the revolution's most notorious publicist sat in his bath, racked by a painful skin disease, writing new lists of enemies. Marat was both feared and adored, a voice for the poor, a prophet of suspicion. His words, printed daily, seemed to decide the fate of men and women across France. It was in this fevered atmosphere that Charlotte Corday arrived in Paris. 24 years old, from Normandy, Corday was a supporter of the Girondins and believed Marat's death would save France from chaos. On July 13, 1793, she gained entry to Marat's home, claiming to have information about Girondin plots. Marat received her from his bath, pen in hand. Corday drew a knife and struck. Marat cried out only once before he died. The assassin was arrested within minutes. Marat's death electrified Paris. The Montagnards and the crowds made him a martyr. Jacques-Louis David painted Marat as a fallen saint, lifeless in his bath, a victim of counter-revolutionary treachery. His funeral was a secular canonization, processions, speeches, and vows to avenge his murder. The memory of Marat became a rallying cry for the most radical revolutionaries. His blood was turned into a political sacrament, proof that the enemies of the people would stop at nothing, and that vigilance must be absolute. Corday, calm and unrepentant at her trial, declared she had killed one man to save 100,000. She was guillotined 4 days later, her deed only deepening the spiral of suspicion and vengeance. The convention responded with new measures: greater powers to hunt conspirators, stricter surveillance, and a rising tide of denunciations. The revolution was radicalized by its own fear. With the Girondins gone, the Mountain and the Parisian clubs would wield the machinery of emergency. Now, the Republic would learn what it meant to fight for survival at any cost. In Paris, autumn 1793, the clocks of the revolution ticked faster. The guillotine's blade had become a fixture on the Place de la Révolution. But the true machinery of the terror was more intricate, woven through law, rumor, and the desperate logic of emergency. The law of suspects, passed on September 17th, was the keystone. It empowered local committees to arrest anyone whose conduct, relations, remarks, or writings suggested hostility to liberty. The law's language was elastic by design. It made suspicion itself a crime and left the boundaries of guilt to be drawn by the frightened, the zealous, and the vengeful. Across the city, the prisons filled. The Conciergerie, La Force, Sainte-Pélagie, once the haunts of petty thieves and debtors, now became holding pens for nobles, priests, former officials, and neighbors accused by neighbors. The revolution's new police, the Committee of General Security, worked with local surveillance committees to comb through denunciations. In Paris alone, more than 7,000 people were swept into cells by the end of the year. The rhythm of daily life changed. Doors knocked at midnight, whispers in the market. The ever-present fear that a careless phrase could become a death sentence. Inside the National Convention, the logic of the terror was debated but rarely doubted. Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Couthon argued that the Republic faced enemies without and traitors within. The armies of Europe pressed at the frontiers. The Vendée burned in civil war. Lyon and Marseille had risen in revolt. The revolution is in peril, Saint-Just declared, and the Republic must defend itself. The Revolutionary Tribunal, established in March, became the blunt instrument of justice. Its judges, led by the implacable Marshal Herman and the prosecutor Antoine Quentin Fouquier-Tinville, operated with a single mandate: punish the enemies of the people. The tribunal's proceedings were swift. Defense was permitted, but acquittal became rare. The accused, aristocrats, Girondins, refractory priests, even ordinary citizens, might be condemned for words, for silence, for the company they kept. Outside the courtrooms, the culture of denunciation flourished. The revolutionary press, Le Père Duchesne, Le Moniteur, L'Ami du Peuple, named suspects and demanded vigilance. Families turned on one another, landlords reported tenants, servants denounced masters. Some accusations were born of conviction, others of jealousy, old debts, or survival. A letter, a rumor, a half-heard conversation could be enough to trigger arrest. In this world, virtue became a weapon. Robespierre insisted that virtue, without which terror is deadly, and terror, without which virtue is powerless, must guide the Republic. But the definition of virtue narrowed, and the circle of those considered pure enough to speak for the nation shrank with every execution. The machinery of repression extended beyond the capital. In the departments, local revolutionary committees compiled lists of suspects. Deputies on mission, like Jean-Baptiste Carrier in Nantes or Joseph Fouché in Lyon, enforced the terror with zeal and sometimes personal cruelty. Summary executions, mass drownings, and forced deportations followed. In Paris, the very architecture of the city changed. The guillotine moved from the Place du Carrousel to the Place de la Révolution, then to the Barrière du Trône, as authorities tried to contain the stench and spectacle of death. The sight of tumbrils, carts carrying the condemned, became a daily ritual, watched by crowds who cheered, wept, or simply endured. Yet if the terror's logic was rooted in the language of emergency, it was also fed by fear. The Committee of Public Safety believed that only the most ruthless vigilance could save the Republic from collapse. But the boundaries of necessity blurred. Old friends of the Revolution, Bailly, Barnave, the Girondin deputies, joined royalists and counter-revolutionaries on the scaffold. The prisons became laboratories of rumor where the condemned whispered of plots and miracles, and the living envied the dead. The sense of siege was total, the enemy was everywhere and nowhere, and the line between patriot and traitor was drawn anew each day. By the spring of 1794, the machinery of repression was at its zenith. The Convention passed the law of 22 prairial, stripping away the last protections for the accused. Trials grew shorter, verdicts more certain, and the pace of executions quickened. The revolution had built a government of committees and surveillance, a justice of emergency and example, and a society where trust was rationed and virtue policed by fear. Yet beneath the surface, something else was stirring. A new vision of culture, time, and the sacred, as the Republic sought to remake not just politics, but the very soul of France. As the guillotine's shadow stretched across Paris, the revolution's struggle for the soul of France moved beyond courts and committees. It reached into the very fabric of everyday life, the rhythms of the calendar, the tolling of church bells, the sacred spaces of worship, and the meaning of time itself. For centuries, the Catholic Church had marked the passage of days, blessed the harvests, and sanctified birth and death. Now, revolutionaries sought to remake not only government, but the culture and consciousness of a nation. In the autumn of 1793, the National Convention decreed that France would abandon the Gregorian calendar. In its place came the revolutionary calendar, a newly invented system, beginning not with the birth of Christ, but with the founding of the Republic, Year 1. The months were renamed for the seasons and the fruits of the land: Vendémiaire for the grape harvest, Brumaire for mist, Floréal for flowering. Each month was divided into 3 decades of 10 days, erasing the 7-day week and its Christian Sabbath. The year itself would begin on the autumn equinox, as reason and nature replaced revelation and miracle. The calendar was both a practical tool and a weapon, a daily reminder that the revolution had broken with the old order and with the church that had sanctified it. This was only the most visible sign of a broader campaign. In Paris and far beyond, local Jacobin clubs and municipal authorities turned their zeal on the symbols of Catholicism. Churches were stripped of crosses, statues, and relics. Stained glass was shattered. Altars were toppled. The great cathedral of Notre Dame was rededicated as the Temple of Reason. In small towns, village churches became temples of the law or temples of liberty. the faithful saw their saints replaced with allegories: liberty, reason, nature, the fatherland. Priests who refused to swear the revolutionary oath, the so-called refractories, were hunted, exiled, or worse. In some regions, church bells that had called the people to worship for centuries were torn down and melted for cannon. The campaign was not imposed from Paris alone. In provincial towns, radical commissioners, men like Joseph Fouché in Nevers, pushed dechristianization with ruthless efficiency. Fouché ordered the closure of churches, the destruction of religious images, and even staged public burials for superstition. In Lyon, Collot d'Herbois and his followers organized festivals in which clerical vestments were burned in public squares. Yet even at its height, dechristianization was uneven. Many rural communities resisted. In Brittany and the Vendée, devotion to the old faith fed insurrection. For countless peasants and artisans, the revolution's assault on the sacred felt like an attack on the very order of the world. In the capital, revolutionary festivals tried to fill the void left by the church's banished calendar. The Festival of Reason, held in November 1793, saw the nave of Notre Dame transformed with patriotic banners and a living goddess of reason enthroned where the Virgin Mary once stood. The convention sponsored new civic rituals, anniversaries of the storming of the Bastille, the execution of Louis XVI, victories at Valmy and Jemmapes. These were spectacles of unity, meant to bind citizens to the Republic and to one another. But the new rites struggled for meaning. Where Easter and Christmas had marked the cycle of hope and renewal, the Festival of Reason offered abstract homage to philosophy and the nation, often met with confusion or silent resentment. Beneath these efforts lay a deeper struggle over sacred time. The old calendar had ordered life around saints' days, feast days, and the rhythms of Christian worship. The new calendar, with its 10-day decades and work weeks, was meant to rationalize and equalize. But it also disrupted rest, family, and the pulse of rural life. The attempt to erase the Sabbath met with quiet resistance. Markets ignored the new days, peasants continued to gather on Sundays, and clandestine masses persisted in barns and forests. The revolution had the power to legislate, but not to command the heart's calendar. Even within the convention, the project of de-Christianization divided revolutionaries. Some, like Jacques Hébert and his followers, pressed for ever greater radicalism, abolishing all traces of religion, denouncing priests, and mocking faith as superstition. Others, including Robespierre, recoiled from what they saw as nihilism. Robespierre, a believer in civic virtue, would soon attempt to steer the revolution toward a new civic religion, the cult of the supreme being, hoping to reconcile reason with the moral order he believed the Republic still required. As the year of the guillotine wore on, the battle over the sacred and the secular became a battle among revolutionaries themselves. The struggle for the meaning of time and the soul of France was far from settled, and soon the revolution would begin to consume its own children. Spring 1794, Paris is a city of whispers and suspicion, the pulse of revolution quickening toward fever. In the shadow of the guillotine, the very leaders who once stood together on the barricades now turn on each other, as the revolution, hungry and unsatisfied, begins to devour its own children. The Committee of Public Safety, with Maximilien Robespierre at its moral center, presides over a republic at war, against Europe, against counter-revolution, and increasingly against itself. Two rival factions emerge from the heart of the Jacobin movement, each claiming the soul of the revolution. On one side are the Hébertistes, named for Jacques-René Hébert, the scathing editor of Le Père Duchesne, whose crude pamphlets stoked the anger of the Parisiens sans-culottes. Hébert and his allies, radical Cordeliers, militant atheists, and enragé street leaders, call for ever greater severity. More executions, more purges, more pressure on food speculators and the wealthy. They champion de-Christianization, pushing the revolution into the churches, smashing saints' statues, and renaming streets after reason. Their vision is a republic of perpetual vigilance, where mercy is betrayal and terror is justice. Opposing them are the so-called indulgents, led by Georges Danton and his close friend Camille Desmoulins, the same Desmoulins who, 5 years earlier, had rallied the crowds in the gardens of the Palais Royal. Danton, once the orator of emergency, now pleads for clemency. Desmoulins, in his new journal Le Vieux Cordelier, attacks the excesses of the Terror, invoking the ancient republics of Rome and the promise of 1789. It is time, he writes, to be magnanimous. They warn that the revolution risks becoming a monster, indistinguishable from the tyranny it was born to destroy. The Committee of Public Safety, beset by foreign invasion and internal rebellion, sees danger in both directions. Robespierre, Saint-Just, and Couthon are determined to preserve unity. They fear Hébert's radicalism will unleash uncontrollable anarchy, while Danton's moderation could open the gates to reaction. The political space narrows with each passing week, and the machinery of suspicion grows ever more precise. In March 1794, the committee strikes first at the left. Hébert and his allies are arrested, accused of conspiring to overthrow the government and restore a dictatorship of the sans-culottes. The evidence is thin, but in the tribunal, the outcome is certain. On 24th March, Hébert and 19 followers mount the scaffold. The crowds that once cheered them are silent now, cowed by the swiftness of the purge. The radical clubs, once the revolution's engine, are shuttered or subdued. The pulse of Paris slows, fear replacing fervor. Barely a fortnight later, the blade turns on the indulgents. Danton, Desmoulins, and their circle are summoned before the Revolutionary Tribunal. The charges: corruption, conspiracy, secret dealings with the enemy. The real crime is political dissent. Danton's booming voice thunders in the courtroom, denouncing the proceedings as a farce, but the judges cut him off. Desmoulins, desperate, pleads for his young wife and child. On 5 April, they too are led to the guillotine. Danton's last words: "My only regret is that I am going before that rat Robespierre," echo down the Rue Saint-Honoré. By now, the revolution's circle of trust has shrunken to a handful. The Jacobin Club, once a forum for debate, becomes a tool of surveillance. Deputies in the convention glance over their shoulders, wary of denunciation. The prisons swell with suspects, nobles and peasants, priests and revolutionaries, all swept up in the logic of suspicion. The law of 22 Prairial looms on the horizon, promising to further accelerate the machinery of death. Yet for a moment, the guillotine stands as the last arbiter of political difference. The revolution, in devouring Hébert and Danton, has consumed both the voice of the streets and the voice of mercy. What remains is a government stripped of opposition, ruled by a committee that claims to speak for virtue itself. A fragile unity, haunted by the silence of those who once dared to disagree. In this narrowing world, Maximilien Robespierre ascends to a lonely summit. his vision of a republic of virtue balanced precariously atop a mountain of fear. Paris, June 1794. The city prepares for a new festival. Banners in blue, white, and red flutter above the Seine. Statues rise overnight in the Tuileries gardens. One, a colossal figure of wisdom, another, a pyramid crowned by the all-seeing eye of reason. At the center of these preparations stands Maximilien Robespierre, the incorruptible, now the undisputed voice of the Committee of Public Safety. The revolution has entered a season of paradox. Virtue on every banner, terror in every shadow. Robespierre's vision of a republic of virtue has always been uncompromising, but now it is sharpened by isolation. Danton and Desmoulins are gone, guillotined in the spring. The Hébertists, too, silenced by the blade. In their absence, Robespierre draws close to Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, the angel of death, whose youth and severity match Robespierre's own principle. Together, they speak of a France purified, by reason, by patriotism, by the sword if necessary. Saint-Just, just 26, stalks the convention with a cold eloquence. No one can reign innocently. On June 8th, the festival of the Supreme Being unfolds beneath a blazing sun. Robespierre, in a sky-blue coat, leads deputies through the Place de la Révolution to the Champ de Mars. Thousands gather to witness the birth of a new civic religion, one meant to replace the old Catholic rites with reason and republican morality. Musicians play, children scatter flowers, and Robespierre delivers a sermon on the unity of virtue and happiness. Yet behind the theatrical harmony, many deputies watch with unease. They see not a priest of liberty, but a man setting himself above the nation, casting himself as the new moral arbiter of France. As the festival's flowers wither, the machinery of repression grows more ruthless. On June 10th, the convention passes the Law of 22 Prairial, the most draconian measure of the terror. The law, drafted by Couthon and championed by Robespierre, strips the revolutionary tribunal of all restraint. Trials are now swift, defense is minimal, and the only sentences are acquittal or death. Hearsay, rumor, even a bad reputation can become a warrant for execution. The prisons fill with suspects, aristocrats, Girondins, former Jacobins, neighbors denounced by neighbors. The guillotine's shadow falls ever longer across Paris, claiming hundreds each week. Inside the National Convention, fear becomes the daily language. Deputies who once cheered the terror now dread its reach. Any misstep, any careless word might summon an accusation. The galleries, once packed with raucous sans-culottes, now sit half empty, the revolutionary fervor replaced by wary silence. Even the Committee of Public Safety is riven by suspicion. Carnot and Collot d'Herbois, architects of victory on the frontiers, whisper of Robespierre's ambition. Billaud de Varennes and Barrère keep their distance, watching the incorruptible with growing alarm. Robespierre, meanwhile, withdraws further from the everyday business of government. He spends hours at the Duplay House, writing, reading Rousseau, confiding only in Saint-Just and a shrinking circle of loyalists. He appears less often at the committee's nightly meetings, sometimes refusing to sign decrees whose severity he privately questions, yet publicly demands. To some, he seems haunted by the very terror he has unleashed, convinced that the revolution stands forever on the edge of betrayal. Saint-Just, relentless, tours the armies and returns with reports of victories. Fleurus, the Pyrenees, the Alps. The Republic is winning its wars, but Robespierre insists that internal enemies remain more dangerous than Prussian bayonets. The Republic, he tells the Convention, is the destruction of everything opposed to it. Yet with each new decree, each new execution, he finds himself more alone. The circle of trust tightens, then contracts to a point. The revolution, having devoured its loudest enemies, now turns inward, searching for treason in every silence. By July, Paris is a city of paradox. Triumphant armies, but empty streets, public festivals, but private dread. The Convention, exhausted and frightened, begins to wonder if the terror will ever end, or if the incorruptible will drag them all down with him. The summer heat thickens, rumors swirl, the guillotine does not rest, and in the shadow of the committee, a plot begins to form, as deputies weigh their fear against their survival and prepare to strike before they, too, are swept away. July 27, 1794, the year is 2 of the Republic, but in Paris the calendar has a new name, 9 Thermidor. For months, the air has been thick with fear and suspicion as the guillotine's blade falls daily in the Place de la Révolution. Maximilien Robespierre, once the incorruptible champion of virtue, now stands at the summit of revolutionary power and at the very edge of its abyss. The day begins like so many others in the National Convention, but the mood has changed. Deputies whisper in uneasy clusters, their eyes darting to the benches where Robespierre and his allies, Saint-Just and Couthon, sit. The terror, once the instrument of salvation, has become a threat to all. The law of 22 Prairial, passed weeks before, has filled the prisons with men and women who once cheered the revolution. Now even its architects fear for their lives. Robespierre rises to speak. His words are meant to be a final warning, a denunciation of traitors within the Convention, a plea for virtue, a call to root out new enemies. But he names no one. The deputies, exhausted by months of executions and purges, hear only accusation in his vagueness. As he speaks of conspirators, the hall erupts. Tallien, Billaud de Varennes, and Barrère, men who once served beside him, now sense their own death warrants in his rhetoric. Murmurs swell to shouts. "Down with the tyrant," someone cries. For the first time, Robespierre finds himself unable to command the room. The Convention votes to arrest him, Saint-Just, Couthon, and his younger brother Augustin. The spell is broken. Gendarmes lead them away, but Paris is not yet finished with its drama. The Commune, loyal to Robespierre, calls the tocsin, summoning sections and National Guards to the Hôtel de Ville. For a few hours, it seems the revolution may turn once more on its axis. Night falls over Paris. In the shadowed halls of the Hôtel de Ville, Robespierre and his companions wait, surrounded by desperate supporters. They draft proclamations calling on citizens to rise against the Convention. But the city hesitates. The National Guard, unsure who will triumph, wavers. Forces loyal to the Convention surround the building. In the confusion, Robespierre is wounded. His jaw shattered by a pistol shot, whether self-inflicted or not, history cannot say. The dawn of 10. Thermidor brings no rescue. The Hôtel de Ville is stormed. Robespierre, bloodied and silent, is seized along with his allies. They are brought, without trial, before the Revolutionary Tribunal, a body Robespierre himself had empowered to crush the enemies of the Republic. Now its machinery turns on him. The executions are swift. One by one, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Couthon, and 20 of their closest supporters are led to the scaffold. The crowds who once cheered the purges now watch in silence or with nervous relief. The guillotine, centerpiece of the terror, claims its final architects. The blade falls, and with it the spell of fear that had gripped the city for so long. The immediate aftermath is one of stunned exhaustion. The prisons, once packed with suspects, begin to empty. The committees of public safety and general security, stripped of their unchecked powers, recede. The Parisian sections, so recently the engine of radical politics, now turn inward, uncertain and leaderless. The Jacobin Club, once the heart of revolutionary debate, faces closure. Throughout France, those who survived the terror emerge, blinking, into a new and uncertain world. Yet the end of Robespierre does not bring peace. Instead, it unleashes a wave of vengeance and reaction. The men who overthrew him now seek to erase the memory of the terror, but find themselves haunted by its legacy. By the mistrust, the broken friendships, the blood on every hand. The revolution, having devoured its own, must now reckon with the question of what comes after. In the smoky salons and crowded streets, a new struggle begins as survivors and opportunists alike seek to shape the battered republic in the shadow of Thermidor. Paris, August 1794. The guillotine, once so central to the rhythm of revolutionary justice, now stands silent on the Place de la Révolution. Robespierre is dead, his fall on 9. Thermidor Year 2 has shattered the Committee of Public Safety's grip, and the city's mood shifts as if a fever has broken. In the days that follow, prison doors swing open. Hundreds who had awaited trial or simply languished on suspicion stagger into the light. Former Girondin deputies, aristocrats, clergy, and ordinary Parisians accused by neighbors or rivals. The air is thick with relief, but also with a new unease. The terror is over, but the wounds it left behind are raw and festering. The Jacobin Club, once the beating heart of radical politics, is now a shadow of its former self. Its doors close under pressure from the Thermidorians, who denounce the club as a breeding ground for bloodshed and conspiracy. Gone are the days when Robespierre, Saint-Just, and the Montagnards thundered from its tribune. The club's famous orators scatter, some in hiding, others seeking to reinvent themselves. The revolutionary press, too, is purged. Newspapers that once called for vigilance and virtue now face new censors, and the language of suspicion turns inward. In this vacuum, a new social force emerges: the jeunesse dorée, or gilded youth. These well-dressed, swaggering young men, often sons of the bourgeoisie, sometimes even of former nobles, take to the streets, eager to show that the revolution's days of sans-culotte rule are over. The jeunesse dorée become a symbol of reaction. They gather in cafes and theaters, sporting short hair à la victime, in homage to those guillotined, and wielding canes as weapons. Their targets are the remnants of the radical movement: Jacobins, former militants, and anyone marked by their association with the terror. In Paris and in provincial towns, these young men roam in gangs, breaking up meetings, assaulting suspected Jacobins, and chanting counter-revolutionary songs. Their violence is not state policy, but local authorities often turn a blind eye, or quietly approve. The streets that once echoed with cries for bread and liberty now ring with the jeers and blows of vengeance. This wave of retribution becomes known as the White Terror. Unlike the organized machinery of the previous year, the White Terror is chaotic, personal, and often fueled by old grudges. In Lyon, Marseille, Bordeaux, and the Vendée, former victims of the terror, relatives of the executed, survivors of prison, take justice into their own hands. In the countryside, refractory priests return to their parishes under cover of darkness, while royalist bands ambush Republican officials. In the prisons, those who once wore the tricolour now face the threat of summary execution by their former enemies. The line between justice and revenge blurs, and the revolution, recoiling from its own extremes, becomes a theatre of mutual suspicion. Amid this turbulence, the National Convention struggles to reassert control. The Thermidorians, themselves stained by association with the Committee of Public Safety, try to chart a course between the old Jacobin radicalism and a resurgent royalism. They dismantle the institutions of the terror, the revolutionary tribunal is tamed, surveillance committees are disbanded, and the law of suspects is repealed. Yet the convention cannot erase the memory of what has passed. Deputies debate in an atmosphere thick with fear, fear of popular vengeance, fear of counter-revolution, and fear that the revolution might devour them, as it did Robespierre. In the cafes and salons, talk turns to property, security, and order. The language of universal rights, so bold in 1789, now competes with the rhetoric of stability. The popular movement that once drove the revolution is exhausted, fragmented by years of war, hunger, and repression. The sans-culottes, once the terror of the streets, are demoralized and disarmed. The revolution recoils from itself, haunted by the spectre of anarchy on one side and of tyranny on the other. As the autumn of 1794 turns to winter, France stands at a crossroads. The monarchy is gone, but so too is the dream of a virtuous republic ruled by the people. In its place, a new order struggles to be born, a government that promises moderation, but is already beset by corruption, intrigue, and the lingering threat of violence. The struggle to define the revolution's legacy and to build a stable regime on its ruins is only beginning. In the wake of Robespierre's fall, France found itself exhausted by blood and suspicion, yet unable to return to the certainties of king or church. The guillotine's shadow lingered over Paris, but a new generation of politicians, the so-called Thermidorians, now promised stability through moderation. Their answer was the Constitution of Year III, unveiled in August 1795, a document built not on universal brotherhood, but on the lessons of terror and the fear of popular excess. Gone was the radical democracy of 1793. In its place, a republic founded on property, exclusion, and a wary distrust of both monarch and mob. The Constitution's architects, figures like Sieyès and Boissy d'Anglas, sought to keep the revolution's gains while fencing out its dangers. Political rights were restricted to active citizens, men of means, excluding the poor and the women who had marched to Versailles. Power was divided between a bicameral legislature, the Council of 500 and the Council of Ancients, and a five-man executive, the Directory, whose members would be chosen by careful rotation to prevent any new Robespierre or Cromwell. The new Directory took up residence in the Luxembourg Palace, but its legitimacy was fragile from the start, beset by enemies on all sides. Property became the new dividing line of French politics. The Directory's government represented the propertied middle class, the so-called notables, who had survived the storms of 1793 and 1794. They feared both the return of royalist privilege and the demands of the sans-culottes for bread and price controls. Inflation, fueled by the endless printing of assignats and the collapse of confidence in revolutionary currency, gnawed at daily life. The price of bread soared, fortunes evaporated overnight. In Paris, the poor watched as speculators and contractors grew rich, and the spirit of 1789 seemed very far away. The Directory's 5 executives, Paul Barras, Jean-François Roubel, Louis la Révélière Lepeau, Étienne François Le Tourneur, and Lazare Carnot, were men of ambition and survival, more skilled at intrigue than vision. Their rule was marked by shifting alliances and a chronic fear of both left and right. Royalists, emboldened by amnesties and the return of émigrés, plotted to restore the Bourbons. Jacobins, battered but unbroken, whispered of a new insurrection to finish the work of the Mountain. The Directory responded with repression, closing clubs, muzzling newspapers, and unleashing the army on Paris whenever the streets grew restless. Corruption flourished in the spaces where ideals had withered. Government contracts became prizes for the well-connected. Fortunes were built on army supplies, speculation, and the desperate sale of nationalized lands. Elections were rigged or annulled when results displeased the directors. In 1797, a royalist surge in the legislature led to the coup of 18 Fructidor. With the help of generals like Augereau, the Directory purged its enemies by force, deporting deputies and banishing opposition. 2 years later, the pendulum swung again, and the coup of 30 Prairial ousted the moderatist Carnot and his allies. The Constitution's checks and balances became little more than theatre. Power lay with those who controlled the soldiers. The Directory's dependence on the army grew ever more obvious. France's wars, once waged for the defense of the revolution, became engines of plunder and survival. Generals like Hoche, Moreau, and above all Bonaparte sent treasure from Italy and the Rhineland to prop up the regime. The government's authority rested on bayonets. When the population of Paris rose in protest, it was soldiers, not citizens, who restored order. The Directory, in the words of its critics, was carried in the baggage train of the army. Yet the Directory could not silence the ghosts at its door. Royalist conspiracies multiplied. The failed insurrection of 13 Vendémiaire in 1795 was crushed by a young artillery officer, Napoleon Bonaparte, who swept the streets with a whiff of grapeshot. Jacobin plots simmered in secret, culminating in the so-called conspiracy of equals, led by Gracchus Babeuf, a last desperate gasp for social revolution broken by arrests and executions. The middle ground the Directory sought proved treacherous, and the regime's legitimacy withered as the public grew weary of inflation, corruption, and endless war. By 1799, the Directory stood isolated, battered by coups, mocked for its venality, and unable to inspire loyalty. France's fate now seemed to lie not with the debating chambers of the Luxembourg, but with the armies on the frontiers, and the young general whose victories and ambition were already reshaping the Republic's destiny. The revolution, born in the salons and streets of Paris, was about to be claimed by the sword. Paris, October 1795. The city's stones echo with the tramp of boots and the anxious cries of the crowd. The revolution has devoured its kings, its radicals, and much of its own hope. Now, as the Directory struggles to govern, a new threat rises, not from the aristocracy, but from the streets. Royalist insurrectionists, emboldened by the government's weakness, march on the heart of the capital. Desperate, the Directory turns to a young general from Corsica, already marked by ambition and the cold clarity of a man who sees the world as a chessboard. His name is Napoleon Bonaparte. On 13 Vendée, year 4th, October 5th, 1795, Napoleon earns his legend in a single afternoon. With the convention's fate hanging by a thread, he orders his artillery captain, Joachim Murat, to seize cannons from the Sablon's arsenal. Grape-shot tears through the advancing royalist columns. The insurrection collapses in minutes. The phrase, "a whiff of grape-shot," enters history, and the Directory, for all its republican pretensions, owes its survival to the ruthless efficiency of one soldier. Napoleon is rewarded with command of the Army of the Interior. Paris, for now, is quiet, but the Republic has leaned decisively on the sword. As the Directory's authority falters, it is the army, hardened by years of revolutionary war, that becomes the backbone of the regime. Napoleon, restless and ambitious, is transferred to the Army of Italy. The campaign that follows will make his name a legend across Europe. In the spring of 1796, he takes command of a ragged, hungry force in the foothills of the Alps. The odds are poor. The Austrians and their Piedmontese allies outnumber the French. Supplies are scarce. Morale is lower still. But Napoleon brings something new, a torrent of energy, relentless movement, and the magnetic power of words. He addresses his soldiers not as pawns, but as heroes. "Soldiers, you are naked, ill-fed. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world." His proclamations, printed and spread through the ranks, become weapons as potent as his guns. The campaign is a whirlwind. Montenotte, Lodi, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli. Each battle is a test of nerve and improvisation. At Lodi, Napoleon himself leads the charge across the bridge, cannonballs splintering the planks beneath his feet. The legend grows, invincible, favored by fortune, the little corporal who shares bread and hardship with his men. Yet Napoleon's victories are not merely military. He understands the power of the printed word and the image. Bulletins from the front become propaganda masterpieces, sent back to Paris to be devoured by a public hungry for glory. Newspapers and engravings transform the Italian campaign into a national epic. In the salons and cafes, the talk is of Bonaparte, the Republican general who has humbled the Habsburgs and forced Austria to the negotiating table. The Directory, suspicious yet dependent, grants him ever more authority. The Republic's fate increasingly rests on the shoulders of a single general. But Napoleon's ambition will not be contained by Italy. In 1798, he persuades the Directory to approve an audacious expedition, an invasion of Egypt, aiming to strike at British interests and open a new front in the east. The journey is epic. Over 400 ships, 40,000 men, and a retinue of scientists and artists. Alexandria falls, Cairo surrenders. At the Battle of the Pyramids, French infantry squares repel Mamluk cavalry, and Napoleon's proclamations invoke the glories of ancient Egypt. Yet the dream is fragile. Nelson's fleet destroys the French at Aboukir Bay, trapping the army. The campaign becomes a test of endurance and invention, science, spectacle, and hardship in equal measure. Back in France, Napoleon's absence only amplifies his legend. Newspapers print his bulletins as gospel. Engravings show him as a new Alexander, a figure both republican and imperial. His soldiers, battered and isolated in Egypt, remain fiercely loyal. They see in him not just a commander, but a redeemer, a man of destiny, whose victories mean food, pay, and honor. For the Directory, that loyalty is both asset and threat. The Republic, exhausted by faction and corruption, depends ever more on the charisma and bayonets of one man. By 1799, the balance is unsustainable. The Directory is hollow, the armies are restless, and the public looks to Napoleon as the only force capable of restoring order or forging something new. As he slips back to France, crossing the Mediterranean in secret, the revolution approaches another turning point. The fate of the Republic and the legacy of all that has come before will soon rest on the outcome of a single audacious gamble. Paris, November 1799. The city is restless, shrouded in fog and rumor. For a decade, France has whirled through monarchy, republic, terror, and fragile experiments in constitutional rule. Now, the Directory, 5 men in power since 1795, limps on, battered by corruption, inflation, and the ever-present threat of military intervention. In back rooms and salons, the question is no longer how to save the revolution, but who will seize its exhausted legacy. Into this uncertain dusk steps Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, the abbé who once asked, "What is the Third Estate?" Now he is the Directory's newest member, a constitutional theorist grown weary of parliamentary paralysis. Sieyès sees salvation not in the chaotic assemblies of the past, but in the hands of a man who can command loyalty and restore order. He finds his candidate in the young general whose name is on every tongue, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, just returned from his Egyptian campaign, is greeted not with suspicion, but with hope and ambition. The streets buzz with his exploits: Italy, the Nile, the pyramids. He is more than a soldier, he is a symbol of victory in a decade defined by loss and fear. Sieyès and his co-conspirators, including the ambitious Talleyrand and Napoleon's own brother Lucien, hatch a plan. The Republic's institutions will be swept aside by a coup, but draped in the language of legality. The chosen date is 18 Brumaire, year the 8th, November 9th, 1799. The coup begins with a manufactured crisis. Rumors of a Jacobin plot are spread, and the councils, the legislative bodies, are convinced to evacuate Paris for the suburban safety of Saint-Cloud. Troops loyal to Napoleon encircle the palace. Under the pretense of protecting the Republic, the plotters move to dissolve it. Inside the Council of Ancients, Napoleon enters in uniform, flanked by grenadiers. He speaks of danger, of conspiracies, of the need for strong government. But the deputies are not cowed, they are outraged. In the Council of 500, the lower chamber, the mood turns mutinous. Members shout, "Down with the dictator," and some rush at Napoleon. For a moment, the coup teeters on the edge of disaster. It is Lucien Bonaparte, president of the chamber, who saves the day. Brandishing a sword, he orders the guards to clear the hall, claiming the deputies themselves are under threat. By nightfall, the Directory has collapsed. 2 directors have resigned, 2 are arrested, and the 5th, Barras, slips quietly away. The legislative councils, cowed by soldiers, vote to dissolve themselves. In their place rises a new regime, the consulate. 3 men, Sieyès, Roger Ducos, and Napoleon, are named provisional consuls. But everyone knows who holds real power. In the first days of the consulate, the revolution's decade of improvisation ends. The new constitution of year 8 is written with astonishing speed. There is still a legislature, but it is toothless, divided into bodies that initiate, debate, and approve laws, none of them truly sovereign. Real authority rests with the first consul, Napoleon. He is not yet emperor, not yet crowned, but his signature will soon decide war, peace, appointments, and the shape of French society. For Sieyès, the dream of rational government slips away almost immediately. He is outmaneuvered, his constitutional machinery warped to serve a single will. The revolution's promise of popular sovereignty is replaced by plebiscites, referendums that ratify what the executive has already decided. The language is still republican, the tricolour still flies, but the energy of 1789, the hope of the rights of man, is tamed by the need for order. Yet the people of Paris and much of France greet the new regime with weary relief. After years of terror, hunger, and endless political intrigue, Napoleon offers stability, victory, and the prospect of peace. The revolution has not been betrayed in a single night, but transformed, its ideals channeled, its violence curbed, its future claimed by a single extraordinary figure. As the smoke of Brumaire clears, the revolutionary decade ends not with a return to monarchy, nor with the triumph of democracy, but with something new, a government born of revolution but wielded by a soldier. France has broken the crown only to forge a new kind of power, one that will shape not just the nation but the world to come. France, in the autumn of 1799, was a country where the world itself seemed to have been turned upside down. The glittering hierarchies of Versailles were gone, the king executed, and the old order shattered. For centuries, the French crown had claimed to rule by divine right, a living symbol of sacred monarchy above the reach of ordinary law. Now, after a decade of revolution, that idea lay in ruins. No king would ever again govern France as an absolute monarch. The revolution had broken the spell. Sovereignty was no longer the possession of a single body, but of the nation itself. The word citizen had become the common address, replacing the deferential monsieur and madame of the ancien régime. To be a citoyen or citoyenne was to belong to the nation, to possess rights, and, at least in theory, to share in its destiny. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, proclaimed in August 1789, had given voice to a new political language. Liberty, equality before the law, the sovereignty of the people. These were not just philosophical abstractions. They were printed on pamphlets, sung in the streets, invoked in courtrooms, and debated in the clubs. The language of rights would echo far beyond France, shaping constitutions across Europe and the Americas. But the revolution did more than change words. It changed the machinery of power. The law itself was remade. The patchwork of privileges, seigneurial courts, and medieval exemptions was swept away. In its place, the National Assembly and later the Convention imposed a uniform, secular legal code, at least in intention, if not yet in full detail. Justice was to be blind to birth and creed, administered by citizens rather than nobles or priests. The Church, once the guardian of morality and education, was stripped of most of its powers. Religious minorities, long persecuted, were now protected by law, even as the struggle over faith and secularism would continue. The revolution also gave birth to something new and volatile, the politics of mass participation. The streets of Paris had always been noisy, but now their voices mattered. Newspapers, pamphlets, and clubs multiplied. The Jacobins and Cordeliers, the Feuillants and Girondins, all vied for the loyalty of the public. Political debate spilled out of salons and into the marketplace. The people themselves, Workers, artisans, women at the markets became actors in the drama of power. The very architecture of politics changed as the National Convention's benches split into left and right, giving the world a vocabulary for political division that endures to this day. Nationalism, too, was forged in the crucible of war. The levée en masse of 1793 called on all able-bodied men to defend the fatherland, making the nation's survival a shared responsibility. Soldiers no longer fought only for a king, but for a republic, for the rights of man, for France itself. The tricolour cockade became a badge of belonging. Battlefields from Valmy to Fleurus saw armies of citizens, not mercenaries, and the victories of these new soldiers fed a sense of unity and purpose that would outlast the revolution itself. Conscription and patriotic mobilization were innovations that other powers would soon imitate, changing the face of warfare and the relationship between state and people. Public opinion emerged as a force that rulers could not ignore. The revolutionary press, from Marat's fiery L'Ami du Peuple to the satirical pamphlets of the Palais Royal, shaped events as much as armies did. Rumor and reputation could destroy a minister or elevate a general. The trial and execution of Louis XVI unfolded not just in the closed chambers of the convention, but in the gaze of a nation newly conscious of itself as an audience and a judge. Yet the new politics brought new dangers. Ideological fervor, sharpened by war and fear, gave rise to the terror, when the language of rights was turned against perceived enemies of the people. The guillotine, once a symbol of justice, became a warning of the perils of revolutionary purity. The left and right benches of the convention, born of real differences, could become trenches in a civil war of ideas. By 1799, France was a very different country from the one that had marched to Versailles in 1789. Absolutism had been broken, a new sense of citizenship had taken root, and the language of rights and nationhood had been unleashed upon the world. Yet, even as Napoleon seized power, deep questions remained unsettled. Who truly belonged to the nation and whose rights would be honored? The revolution had changed the rules, but not everyone was ready to accept the outcome or to live with its contradictions. In the aftermath of revolution, the streets of Paris no longer echoed with the chants of liberty, but with the footsteps of survivors picking over the ruins of old certainties. The monarchy was gone, the tricolour flew above the Tuileries, and France had proclaimed the rights of man. Yet beneath the proclamations, many questions remained unsettled, questions that would haunt the century to come. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen had promised equality, but its universal language masked the limits of its revolution. Women who had marched to Versailles and risked their lives in the name of bread and justice found themselves excluded from the new political order. Olympe de Gouges' Declaration of the Rights of Woman was dismissed by the men of the Convention. Her voice and her life were extinguished beneath the guillotine. The clubs and societies that had welcomed women in 1789 were shuttered under the terror. In the new republic, citizenship was a masculine preserve, and the promise of equality was circumscribed by fear of disorder and the spectre of popular sovereignty unleashed. The limits of the revolution's promise were nowhere starker than in the colonies. In Saint-Domingue, the richest jewel of the French Empire, enslaved men and women heard the language of rights and rose in rebellion in August 1791. The National Convention, pressed by the realities of war and the logic of its own ideals, abolished slavery in the colonies in 1794. But this emancipation was less an act of principle than a desperate calculation, as French commissioners like Sonthonax sought to rally black and mixed-race fighters against British and Spanish invaders. The abolition decree, radical and unprecedented, was met with fury by planters and with skepticism by many in Paris. Yet in the cane fields and mountain camps of Saint-Domingue, men like Toussaint Louverture seized the moment, forging a new vision of freedom by force of arms. The struggle in the Caribbean revealed the contradictions at the heart of the revolution. A nation proclaiming liberty while clinging to empire. A republic of rights that could not imagine equality without violence. Property, too, stood at the center of the revolutionary settlement and its discontents. The revolutionaries abolished feudal dues and sold off church lands, creating a new class of landowners and embedding property rights as the foundation of citizenship. Yet this triumph of proprietors left the poor and landless exposed. The sans-culottes who had stormed the Bastille demanded not only political rights, but bread, price controls, and security from want. The Thermidorian reaction swept away the economic controls of the Terror, and with them, the hopes of those for whom liberty without sustenance was hollow. The Republic's new order enshrined the right to property above all, but the question of social justice, the promise that the nation owed something to its most vulnerable, remained unanswered. Religion, once the keystone of monarchy, became another battleground of unresolved loyalties. The civil constitution of the clergy split the nation between constitutional priests who swore loyalty to the state and refractory priests who remained faithful to Rome. The attempt to rationalize and secularize faith unleashed a wave of resistance, from the Vendée to the streets of Paris. De-Christianization campaigns, new revolutionary festivals, and the replacement of the calendar failed to erase centuries of devotion. Even after the Terror, the scars of religious conflict lingered, and the Directory's uneasy truce could not reconcile faith and republicanism. The revolution had dethroned the church, but it could not fill the void left in the hearts of millions. The contradictions of empire endured. While France proclaimed itself the champion of universal rights, it continued to wage war for territory and influence. In Belgium, the Rhineland, and Italy, the armies of the Republic brought new laws and new rulers, but also requisition, occupation, and resentment. The revolution's promise of fraternity was often delivered at the point of a bayonet, and the language of liberation blurred into the reality of conquest. The dream of a world remade in France's image was shadowed by the enduring realities of power and violence. As the revolutionary decade drew to a close, the ideals of liberty and equality remained entangled with the machinery of coercion. The guillotine had fallen silent, but the question lingered. Could a nation guarantee freedom without recourse to force? The answers remained elusive, and the legacy of 1789 was as much a warning as a beacon. In the years to come, France would wrestle with the ghosts of its revolution, the unfinished battles over rights, justice, faith, and the meaning of the nation itself. The long shadow of these unsettled questions would stretch far beyond the streets of Paris, shaping the destinies of peoples and empires across the modern world. In the twilight of the revolution, France stood exhausted, but the world it had unleashed was only beginning. The guillotine no longer cast its daily shadow over Paris, but the question of who would rule, and in whose name, remained unsettled. Into this vacuum strode a figure forged in the crucible of revolutionary war, Napoleon Bonaparte. He was a Corsican outsider, a general who had risen through the ranks under the tricolour, and yet, by 1799, he had become the master of France. The coup of 18 Brumaire swept away the Directory's corruption and paralysis, replacing it with the consulate and soon an empire. In 1804, as the Pope stood by, Napoleon crowned himself emperor, not by the grace of God, but by the will of the nation, or so he claimed. The revolution's promise of liberty, equality, and fraternity found itself draped in imperial laurel as France's armies carried new laws, new rights, and new wars across Europe. Yet the shadow of the revolution lingered even in Napoleon's glittering court. The Code Civil enshrined legal equality and property rights, but political freedom shrank beneath censorship and police. The tricolour flag flew above conquered capitals, but in Paris, old revolutionaries watched uneasily as a new monarchy, born of ambition, replaced the old. The terror of the guillotine faded, but the memory of 1789, of the people in the streets, of rights declared and kings judged, haunted every act of state. Napoleon's empire, for all its grandeur, could not escape the legacy of the nation that had broken its crown. Defeat at Leipzig, abdication and exile to Elba brought the first Bourbon Restoration in 1814. Louis XVIII returned to Paris, not as the absolute monarch of old, but as a king constrained by a new charter, forced to acknowledge the rights and changes the revolution had wrought. The white flag of the Bourbons replaced the tricolour, but the people remembered. Napoleon's return for the 100 Days in 1815 revealed how shallow the Restoration ran. Crowds cheered him from Cannes to Paris, and for a brief moment, the revolution's child was emperor again. Waterloo ended that dream, but the Restoration monarchy never truly erased the republican spirit. The Charter of 1814, with its grudging freedoms and constitutional limits, was itself a monument to the revolution's long shadow. In 1830, the July Revolution erupted as Charles VI tried to turn back the clock, dissolving the Chamber of Deputies and muzzling the press. Paris barricades rose once more, tricolour flags reappeared, and the king fled into exile. The monarchy survived, but only by reinventing itself yet again. Louis Philippe, the citizen king, promised to rule not by divine right, but by the will of the nation. The new July monarchy was bourgeois and constitutional, but the memory of 1789 and the promise of a republic still stirred beneath the surface. That promise would not remain dormant. In February 1848, economic crisis and demands for broader suffrage brought crowds into the streets once more. Barricades, gunfire, and the abdication of Louis Philippe signaled the end of monarchy in France. The Second Republic was proclaimed in the Hôtel de Ville, and for a moment it seemed the ideals of the revolution might finally find a home. Yet the Republic too would fracture, between radicals and moderates, workers and property owners. The June Days uprising in Paris, crushed by the army, revealed the enduring tension between liberty and order. By 1852, another Bonaparte, Louis Napoleon, declared himself emperor, and the cycle began anew. Through these decades, the revolution's memory remained a force no king, emperor, or republic could fully master. The declaration of the rights of man and of the citizen, the storming of the Bastille, the execution of Louis XVI, these became touchstones for generations. School children learned of 1789 as the birth of the modern nation. Politicians invoked the revolution to claim legitimacy or denounce their foes. The tricolour, once a symbol of insurrection, became the flag of France itself. Yet beneath these symbols, the central question endured. Who is the nation, and what does it owe its people? Each regime, Bourbon, Bonaparte, Orléans, Republic, grappled with the legacy of popular sovereignty, rights, and the spectre of violence. The revolution's long shadow reaches even further, shaping not just France, but the world's political imagination. It offered a language of rights, citizenship, and national belonging that echoed in Europe's own revolutions, in the Americas, and beyond. But it also left behind the warning that the nation, once awakened, could be both liberator and executioner, a force for justice and for terror. The unresolved power of the people, of the nation, remained the revolution's